give people a minute to get here. But the plan is we're going to keep trucking through Kentucky Route Zero and hopefully finish today. We'll see. We are at the third interlude. So we have Act 4, the fourth interlude, Act 5, and the last interlude to get through. So, may or may not happen today. We're going to try. Emma's here. Emma says, hello. Haha, trucking, because you drive a truck. Yeah. Only the highest quality jokes on this stream. I'm sitting in front of a fireplace, so if you're picking up any like wind or crackling noises, don't worry. It's just the ambiance of the Zero. Emily is here, sort of, listening on a road trip. Oh, where are you going, Emily? On a Sunday, too. Yeah, Emma says it's very appropriate to be experiencing this game while driving. Oh, I didn't realize you were in St. Louis this weekend. That makes sense. Okay. Well, we might just jump right into this. So I don't think we're going to get a lot of people today. Oh, hi, Biss. None of the settings or anything have changed from last night, but let me know if the mix is okay, if you need more game sound, less game sound, all that good stuff. Here and there along the echo.
drifters and pilgrims. This guide is a public service provided by the Bureau of Secret Tourism.
Let's bring the sound up on this just a little bit.
For a menu of our resources, press 1. If you have an extension to dial, press 9. For more information about our organization, press 3. If you don't remember dialing this number at all, press 5. So, you don't remember dialing this number. You just sort of woke up with the phone pressed to your ear, ringing on the other end. Or maybe you thought you dialed a different number, but your digits betrayed you. Or there's a faulty connection somewhere out there in that spiderweb lattice of phone cords that covers all of creation. It must be kind of a nice feeling, really. It's like you and I just bumped into each other in the street or a little cafe. Say, next time you meet a stranger, call us back at extension 7864 and hand them the phone. We'd love to get to know them. Welcome home. For historical sites along the Echo River, press 1. For a guide to the river's flora and fauna, press 2. For help identifying an unfamiliar sound, press 3. For a catalog of subterranean birdsong, press 1. For help identifying something that's happening in the dark, press 2. If you are hearing organ music, press 3. To return to the main menu, the wet, rocky contours of the Echo River make for sometimes baffling reverberations that turn mundane sounds into weird, rattling symphonies. Like that. It can be a challenge to pick through the clamor and recognize even something as simple as water dropping in a metal bucket, especially in the dark. Here are some examples. When you hear a sound you want to know more about, just press 1. At any time, you can press 5 to stop. That was someone tearing up an electric bill. That was a phone ringing underwater. That was a motorboat's propeller failing. That was dirt being thrown on the lid of a coffin. And that was a canoe tipping over from several miles away. That was someone burning a phone book. That was someone tearing up an electric bill. That was a phone ringing underwater. For a catalog of subterranean birdsong, press 1. Now I'll play you several recordings of Echo River birdsong. When you hear a song you want to know more about, just press 1. At any time, you can press 5 to stop. Ah, the lonesome teal. Ugly, spiteful little thing. That's the American grid piper. Huh? I thought they were extinct. The rock sparrow. Don't feed him. He'll come back with friends. gray-beaked grouse there. Not my favorite bird. That's a mourning hummingbird, so named because they bury their dead. That's just a pigeon. I believe that's a painted avocet. If you catch him, you can make a nice pigment from his feathers. The peat-breathed riverbill. Keep an eye on that one. They make their nests out of stolen jewelry. The lonesome teal. Ugly, spiteful little thing. For a catalog of subterranean birdsong, press 1. For help identifying something that's happening in the dark, press 2. If you are hearing organ music, press 3. Lucky you. Does it sound like this?
Oh no. Oh, good. Yeah, Emma says we're just stuck here listening to this organ music for a while. And you see it's Bob and Emily and Ben again.
Dialed into Here and There Along the Echo, a guide to the Echo River for drifters and pilgrims. This guide is a public service provided by the Bureau of Secret Tourism. For a menu of our resources, press 1. If you have an extension to dial, press 9. Now is the time to dial an extension. Hello, stranger. What's the first thing you remember? When you're finished remembering, press the 0 button. Welcome home. For historical sites along the Echo River, press 1. For a guide to the river's flora and fauna, press 2. For help identifying an unfamiliar sound, press 3. If you're holding a snake right now, press 4. So, you're probably not in any danger, but why are you holding that snake? If you're involved in an exchange of some kind, press 1. If holding the snake is part of your spiritual practice, press 2. If you don't remember why you're holding the snake, press 3. To return to the main menu, okay. What's the last thing you remember? Please describe your memory in as much detail as you are able, paying particular attention to any smells and sounds you may recall. Were you breathing through your mouth or your nose? What did the air taste like? And so on. Feel free to call again with extension 1618 and tell us the whole story. All right. Let's roll up our sleeves and get to work on this here snake situation. What you're going for is a kind of gestural conversation. Don't worry. I'll lead you two through it.
Hi, Drew.
Give that snake a name and look her right in the eyes and say her name. I'm going to go with Delia for the purpose of demonstration, but you pick a suitable name. Try to follow along with me here to the best of your ability. Delia, take it easy now. What if all of this is just a reflection of a reflection? Now hold the silence while she processes that metaphysical curveball. Okay, what's Delia up to now? If she's staring right back at you, press 1. If she's wriggling around, press 2. And if she's just kind of limp, press 3. Good. Now you've got her attention. Now, leading with your shoulder, slowly tilt your body to the left, always maintaining eye contact. Adjust your feet as necessary. You want to do a full rotation over several seconds. It's normal to feel a bit self-conscious. Try not to get tangled up in the phone cord, or next time plan ahead and use a cordless. All right, where are we at? If the snake is breathing heavily, press 1. If she's curled around your forearm, press 2. If her tongue is extended, press 3. Okay, I want you to tense your arm muscles and then relax them, one by one. Take slow, shallow breaths. Tense, relax, tense, relax. Try to focus all your thoughts on that blood coursing through your arm veins. Forget Delia is even there, just you and your blood. There you go. Delia should be in a kind of a calm, thoughtful state now, so you can move on. So put that snake in some grass or something. Let Delia be free like a snake should. And go ahead and wash your hands if you care to. I would. Welcome home. For historical sites along the Echo River, press 1.
God, this has definitely been my favorite interlude so far.
And fauna, press 2. For help identifying an unfamiliar sound, press 3. If you're holding a snake right now, press 4. options again. For different types of water, press 1. For the language of bats, press 2. For insect interactions, press 3. To return to the main menu, press 5. If you stop your boat somewhere cool, you may find yourself swarmed by insects. You may swat at them or cover your face, thinking they're all trying to bite you or buzz in your ear. But these insects are more interested in each other than they are in you. In fact, they've already forgotten you. They're back to chasing each other, breeding, competing over resources. Their minds are so shallow that while you've been standing there with your hands raised to your face, they've begun to think of you as part of the landscape, a funny-looking rock. This is what they sound like.
Drew says that phone number is eerily similar to my actual cell number. Oh no, getting doxxed by a video game. Emma says, is this you? Are we just on the phone with you, RN? Yeah, Drew, you have to tell us if we're on the phone with you. Emma says, I'm still holding a snake, FYI. I think this is like the organ music again, and we're trapped in Bug City now. Oh. Oh. Hoo-hoo. Now we're playing a video game. Drew says, I can neither confirm nor deny. These are such meaty thunks. Drew says this game has everything, phone physics, etc. Yeah, are you familiar with this game at all? Have you played it?
Hello.
This is our third concurrent day of streaming it.
Here and there along the Echo, a guide to the Echo River for drifters and pilgrims. This guide is a public service provided by the Bureau of Secret Tourism.
Oh, it's an incredible game. Very cool.
For a menu of our resources, press 1. If you have an extension to dial, press 9. Now is the time to dial an extension. Something else shook loose. Well, how vivid is it? I mean, can you really smell it? Are you sweating it out now? Are your hands all damp, and when you brush your hair out of your eyes, it just tastes like... Listen, if your hands are damp, press 1. If your feet are damp in your socks, press 2. If you don't feel particularly damp anywhere, press 3. I had a feeling they might be. That's good. That's where it'll soak in and take a resting shape. Let's hear all about it. When you're finished explaining yourself, press the 0 button. Welcome home. For historical sites along the Echo River, press 1. Well, if you're dialed into this here informational resource, then you're a certain kind of beachcombing, bat-calling sightseer. So let's Diver's Guide to Underwater Islands, press 1. For Forgotten Places, press 2. For Restless Places, press 3. For what little we know of the Iron Pariah, press 4. The Iron Pariah is just what she's called along the Echo River. Of course, she once had another name, but it's been scratched away, maybe out of shame, or maybe she took a bend too sharply and left her true name on a rock. So, what else? We know she was in the war, but neither side would claim her. We don't know if anyone's aboard. She drifts along the water and commands a wide berth. Tourists, if you hope to document the Iron Pariah, I fear you will be disappointed. She has a beguiling way of vanishing from photographs. Steer to shore and let her be carried along in silence. Pilgrims, I wouldn't dare to interfere. For a diver's guide to underwater islands, press 1. For forgotten places, press 2. For restless places, press 3. For what little we know of the Iron Pariah, press 4. For food and drink recommendations, press 5. To return to the main... For food, press 1. For drink, press 2. The water is fine, but more adventurous tourists will surely be looking for stronger stuff. Move quickly along past any strangers with cheap bourbon flasks. You can get that hard times rot gut anywhere. If you're traveling by boat, you'll want the traditional seafarer's liquor. As it happens, there's a watering hole called the Rum Colony, wholly devoted to the stuff. You know, mixed with sugar and bright colors. I've heard it's excellent, but I never drink the stuff. I take my spirits clear. For a diver's guide to underwater islands, press 1. For forgotten places, press 2. For food, if you plan your journey along the Echo to be a slow and thoughtful one, you will surely want to eat. It's true, and even advanced preparation can still fail you. Maybe the food you've packed will fall in the water and be spoiled. Or it could be stolen by a bat. Well, the water sustains all travelers. Catch it yourself in the river, or have something prepared for you at this place out on the lake. The restaurant is called, it's out on Lake Letha. It has to be out there where the water is deepest. If you go early in the morning, you might see the diver bring in his nightly haul. Weird creatures from weird depths, fish, crabs, jellies, things we don't have proper names for at this elevation. Sam and Ida's, that's the name of it. Sam dives, Ida cooks. Unique fare and uncommon conversation, to say nothing of the decor. If you do stop by, tell them I said hello, and that they're always in my thoughts and prayers. For a diver's guide to underwater islands, perhaps it's the violent displacement of natural gases. Perhaps the river tilts to face the moon, slowly changing the angle of its surface over time. Some sailors blame corked rocks. Whatever the geological explanation, the islands of the Echo River are mostly transient, rising and diving on some inscrutable schedule. The following islands are presently underwater. Whippoorwill Islet, Angled Island, Island of Ringing, Island of Cones. This list is current as of now. For a diver's guide to underwater islands, press 1. For forgotten places, press 2. For secret tourism, forgotten places are the vital spark. Take no pictures here, nor souvenirs. Write no travelogues. We will discuss these places now in vague and qualified descriptions. For the town with no roads to it, press 1. For the silo of late reflections, press 2. For the monument to something that we don't remember what it is, press 3. I suppose it must have been an important event if we felt we needed to commemorate it. The monument looks like it was a lot of work to put together. I wonder if it was a happy occasion, something we were celebrating and didn't want to let go of, or if instead it was something so horrible that we never wanted to forget it, for fear that we'd accidentally do it again. There isn't a plaque or anything. I guess we didn't think we'd need one. For a diver's guide to underwater islands, press 1. For secret tourism, forgotten places are the vital spark. Take no pictures here, nor souvenirs. Write no travelogues. We will discuss these places now in vague and qualified descriptions. For the town with no roads to it, press 1. For the silo of late reflections, press 2. There is a silo so tall and strange that it can take years for an echoing word to bounce from bottom to top and then bottom again. If you wait patiently, you may overhear the conversations of earlier visitors. I once had an argument there with a dear friend, but I forget what it was about, and we haven't spoken since. Maybe I'll go find out someday. For a diver's guide to underwater islands, press. For secret tourism, forgotten places are the vital spark. Take no pictures here, nor souvenirs. Write no travelogues. We will discuss these places now in vague and qualified descriptions. For the town with no roads to it, press 1. There is a town which has its own roads, but which no other roads connect to. They send and receive mail. There is a school, and so on. But what I want to tell you about now is the horses. There are horses living wild in this town. I forget how they got there. They don't stay in stalls. They sleep outside. They walk through the town on the streets or on the sidewalks, and the people of the town think of them as elegant, wordless neighbors. For a diver's guide to underwater islands, press 1. For forgotten places, press 2. For restless places, press 3. For the cluttered place, press 1. For the flooding place, press 2. For a list of the places where people can't sleep, press 3. There is a place that regularly floods. I first saw this place years ago when an acquaintance of mine, an artist, built an installation there. The work was very complicated. All of her artwork is. I remember it was made from huge piles of recycled newspapers. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to complete it before the flood came and wiped it out. The next time I passed by this place, it was full of young men and women on bicycles. They built a track weaving through the soggy ruins of my acquaintance's flooded artwork. The rising water level quickly made it too dangerous to ride in anymore, and many bicycles were crashed and abandoned. The last time I saw the place, it had been repurposed to store handmade pottery earmarked for sale out of state. By the time I arrived, it was just a pile of ceramic fragments dashed by floodwaters against rusting bicycles and gray pulp.
The sound changes.
I've heard recently that this place has been reclaimed again. Surely
the sound changes based on where the receiver is.
Will be different. For a diver's guide to underwater islands, press 1. For forgotten places, press 2. For restless places, press 3. For the cluttered place, press 1. For the flooding place, press 2. There is a place always cluttered by debris floating along the water. Otherwise, it's unremarkable. In fact, the only way to find it is to notice that there happens to be more trash there than anywhere else around. I wonder why that is. For a diver's guide to underwater islands, press 1. For forgotten places. For the cluttered place, press 1. For the flooding place, press 2. For a list of the places. People can't sleep in the wet grass or on the bridges of New Königsberg. They can't sleep anywhere near Lake Lethe because it's too large. Nobody can sleep with their toes in the river because it's too cold. People can't sleep where I sleep because I'm all knees and elbows, and anyway, there isn't enough room for both of us. I'm not sure if anyone can sleep on the deck of the Mucky Mammoth, but I'm certain they can't sleep on the trash barge because of the smell. If you have anything to add, please call us back with extension 7360. For a diver's guide to underwater islands, press 1. For forgotten places, press 2. For restless places, press 3. For what little we know of the Iron Pariah, press 4. For food and drink recommendations, press 5. To return to the main menu, press 6. To hear these options. Welcome home. For historical sites along the Echo River, press 1. For a guide to the river's flora and fauna, press 2. For help identifying an unfamiliar sound, press 3. If you're holding a snake right now, press 4. To hear these options again, press 0. a guide to the Echo River for drifters and pilgrims. This guide is a public service provided by the Bureau of Secret Tourism. For a menu of our resources, now is the time to dial an extension. All right then. Tell us why you can't sleep. When you're finished, press the 0 button. Welcome home. For historical sites along the Echo River, press 1. For a guide to the river's flora and fauna, press 2.
Wow. That was absolutely my favorite interlude that we have experienced so far. Really cool. I'm going to throw another log on the fire really fast, and then we'll jump into Act 4. Be right back. Okay. Let's go. Manual 5.4 Context Backlash. General wear on the gestural gear mounting apparatus 5A-1 may result in undesirable play between teeth in the context and history state machine gears, causing stuttering, slippage, resetting, skipping. This feels like it got significantly louder again. Guess it could be slippage. If left unresolved, gear slop can gradually throw limbs out of alignment, blend motions, and decontextualize gestures. See also sections 1.8, General Troubleshooting, and 5.3, Gesture Context. Troubleshooting. Okay. 1.8, General Troubleshooting. Technicians of sufficient talent and experience may skip this section. General troubleshooting techniques include hammering with something plastic until the tone becomes apparent, chiseling out a small hole and feeling for changes in resonance, or listening until the hue clears up. That'll do, book. He throws the manual into the river. My savior. Our friend here is in a bad way. Any insight? Time to put that mammoth out to pasture, Will. Oh, I feel certain she's got a few trips left in her. If only she had a more capable surgeon. Sadly, mechanics are in short supply down here. I think the setting is too romantic. It scares them off. And what brings you down to the Echo tonight? I always end up here eventually. The river is like that. It always has been. We picked you up at the Bureau tonight. Never seen you that far upriver before. I hope that doesn't mean you've been traveling on the Zero? The Bureau has great acoustics. You've got that right. Wow, I could sit in there for hours, just listening to my breath reverberate through the weird architecture. Still, it's always good to be back on the river. I've been traveling this river for more than half my life, more or less alone. I think I've seen it change quite a bit in all those years, but I can't say for sure. The water has a peculiar way of making a person forgetful. Some nights I remember a place, but it's full of strange new people. And some nights I meet an old friend on an unfamiliar shore. I wonder which kind of night this is. Emma says, hell yeah, boat party. Boat party! The Mucky Mammoth. Will, singing quietly. For we on mold and whiskey fed. Oh! What gears? That's the same song that... Oh, man, the old man in the cave who built Xanadu was singing. What, gears? Probably. Who knows? First thing I tried anyway. Down here by this little blue box. I took all the gears out and dried each one by hand, and then I loaded them back in again. That took care of the grinding sound, but her trunk keeps doing that sparking, clanking, weeping thing. To be honest with you, I'm not really qualified for this work. Kate's a friend, you know how it is, don't ya? Donald, yes, thank you, Emma. I kept wanting to say Joseph, but he was the other one. How do you two know each other? So, ever walked through rolling farmland? Sure, along the highway. Along the highway, that's what I mean. Or smaller roads. Well, I sure did. I slipped under or over fences, and I walked barefoot with the seeds when they were just planted and tilled the earth with my toes. Hey, I should tell you where I left my shoes. Did you know I'm a classically trained organist? It's true. Look at these long fingers and pedal-gripping toes. It doesn't matter. A minor in French literature earned me a position teaching Artaud de Zola at the university. Well, some shitty governor cut state funding for our department, and I was demoted to mopping floors, running wiring through walls or in dangerous places. I even operated the soundboard at the student theater. I left my shoes there at the university. It was a protest. Walk without shoes for something important or tragic. I ended up by the shore, and soon I was drifting along the Echo. I ran for a while above ground then. It doesn't anymore. But I prefer subterranean waters anyways. Kate brings me along, and I record what I see and hear. I try to help with maintenance. I drop off the mail and pick up the trash. On occasion, I take the helm. Anyways, that's all I try to remember anymore. I listen to the river stories, and my own stories get fainter and fainter. Oh, if you talk to Kate, could you ask her when she stops for gas? Could she pick me up a scratch ticket? Thanks. Uh-oh. Are we offline? Uh-oh. I think you're good? Okay. Well, thanks for nothing, Twitch. How's that cold river spray treating you? I thought I saw you squinting. Uh-oh. Excuse me. Okay, I think I can actually speak again. Whew. How's that cold river spray treating you? I thought I saw you squinting. It's hard water, you know, hard on the eyes. It still irritates mine a little, and I'm piling into tugboat through it 6 nights a week. Don't be shy to close them in public. Your eyes, I mean. People will just assume you're thoughtful. You need tea. So... Argosibe, Agarita, definitely. Peppermint. Dried spring agaricus. Milk thistle, and dried reishi. What are all those for? Eye strain. Dried spring agaricus masks the taste of the rest of it. Dried reishi in particular has an eccentric flavor profile. It's mushroom based. I'm a big believer in the fungal pharmacy. Emma says, Caitlin, please have some gamer fuel. How's the water looking tonight? The Echo is dicey tonight. Bad luck for you. Expect waves and diversions. Dogwood Drive is by the Silo mail stop, but we may need to spend some time on the indirect route before we hit your stop, okay? And there's other business. Mail to drop off, garbage to pick up, and a few favors to execute. All dotted on the riverbanks from here to there. I hope you enjoy the trip on our little mammoth. Take advantage of all the amenities. Fresh air, cozy bunks, hot tea, the video room. There's some pretty interesting tapes down there, actually. Unusual, weird. Watch out that the VCR doesn't take your hand off, though. It's untrustworthy. What's wrong with the VCR? I could take a look. Oh, please do. I don't know anything about electronics. Maybe try a few different tapes. You'll get the picture. I saw you talking to Will. He's an old friend. Don't be fooled by that burned-out aura. He's a smart and kind man. I think his only vice is those silly scratch tickets. Speaking of which, we're coming up on our next stop shortly, refueling and picking up a few things. Well, eyes on the road. Ezra runs up to Shannon. Whoa, slow down. It's slippery up on deck. Do you have batteries? Yeah, of course. What for? Johnny said I could use his tape recorder, but it needs a battery. Oh, fun. Well, Shannon searches her pockets. Here's 4 different kinds. Surely one of those should fit. Thank you. Really? You were entranced. You don't remember this? It's okay. We've all seen a lot of concerts. Cyrano opened. His tape machine was broken or something. Got really cosmic. Right. At the flower shop. I remember that show. Sorry, Clara. Well, you have a second chance to hear it tonight. That was fast. Got the batteries? Let's see. Perfect. This one will do. So you hit this button here to record. Hold it right here so you don't cover the microphone with your hand. I bet you'll find a lot of good sounds around the tugboat. There's plenty of tape in there, so don't be stingy with it. Just record anything that catches your ear. It really changes the way you listen. For the better, I mean. Are you playing a concert tonight? I could record it. Yeah, Clara here came all the way from Lithuania just to do this Echo River gig. Haha, it's a tour. Tomorrow I'll be in Nashville and then Atlanta and then over to the coast. Brutal. Well, we're lucky she's making a stop. Johnny and I saw her play once and I remember loving it. Johnny was moved. Speaking of Cyrano, it's his night at the rum colony. Kate said she usually stops off there. Well, that's ideal. I'm supposed to meet a lady there to look at some old engine parts about 3 hours ago. 3 hours goes fast at the rum colony, man. I bet she'll still be there. I hope we don't stop there too long. My concert is soon. I don't want to keep them waiting. Nah, it's river time. Nobody expects you to be punctual. Hey, why don't you give that tape recorder a try? See if that cat over there has anything he wants to say. I often use found sounds in my music. If you find some interesting sounds tonight, you can help me out. Wow. Great cat audio. You know, it's the strangest thing. I can't remember why I came up here. Maybe you should slow down. Nah, I'm good. It's just that thing about... What was it? When you walk through a door? When you go into the kitchen for something, and as soon as you pass from one room to another, you forget what you wanted. You have to walk back out just to remember. Like you left a part of your brain behind. Hey, I wonder if I could follow that breadcrumb trail all the way back to the room I was born in. Conway cranes his neck over the railing. You were driving for hours. Get any sleep? You found beer. There's a cooler full down there. They say it just floated by, if you believe that. Got caught on some netting and they hauled it aboard. A bounty. Anyway, there's a sign by the cooler. Take what you need and leave the rest. Shannon leans over the railing and looks at the river below. There's all kinds of trash down there. Could have fallen off a haul back there. I think that kid was playing in the trash barge earlier. He seems to keep himself entertained. It's good for him. It's important to know how to be alone. What's up, huh? You look like there's something you want to ask. Fine. You can ask it. One question. Do you really have to go work at the Hard Times? Didn't seem so bad, did it? It's a way to live. I mean, rent a bed, eat at the cafeteria. Not like I have a choice. I think you do have a choice. I've got to repay my debt. Hell, I should be grateful for the opportunity. If you want to die with any dignity, you've got to settle up. That's why it's such a damn shame when people go sudden. I'm sure I talk too much. Everyone on the river does. The problem is that we listen twice as much as that. We're only telling you half of the stories we hear. Kate told me that I ought to have been a photographer. She said, you have an uncanny way of having been at the place at the time that the thing happened there, and that's the hardest part of taking a photograph anyway. Nice of her to say, but it isn't true. Though I know just about every story on this river, most of them I picked up second, third, or fourth hand, and so on. Listening, see? Now, I know what you're going to ask, so I'm going to answer it. Yes, I'm sure they're all true. I personally believe a story gets more true as it's tossed around from brain to brain, and the whole community brings their insights to bear on the brittle facts of experience. There are a few Echo River stories I witnessed directly. I saw that big owl migration pass through. You might have heard about that. I was there when the old train station flooded. I saw the ghost of Stephen Bishop brew up a batch of white lightning on a raft. Or, anyway, I talked to a few sailors who'd recently crossed paths with him, and I suspect sampled his wares. One night, when I was working on the Mucky Mammoth, we picked up a gaggle of passengers headed down to a mail drop by the silo of Late Reflections. I knew a couple of them in passing, a pair of traveling musicians whom I often encountered on the river. The others were strangers to me at the time, A young woman, a small boy, and an old man whose name I didn't catch. Oh, and a smelly old dog. We docked at a gas station so the mammoth could refuel. Ezra followed Junebug and Johnny into the gas station. A gas station. We cut it close. I usually find this place upriver. Everybody's on the lake tonight. Running on fumes? Yeah, it's this little game I play. I try to get the needle all the way down before I fill it back up. Like playing chicken with the fuel gauge. Sounds ridiculous, right? Sounds fun. Take it where you can get it, right? Anyway, it's nice to see you two. Most of my regular passengers must have gotten held up elsewhere on their journeys tonight. It's that storm, I think. Look at him go. That kid has a lot of energy. It's gotta be past his bedtime or something, right? I don't think he has a bedtime. He's a maverick. Sounds familiar. You don't have any of your own, no, I guess not. I just realized you two come through here so often. We chat about all kinds of stuff, but I never thought to ask about family. We're all the family we need. That's sweet. So, how about that storm upstairs? Did you two get caught in it? I heard it kind of roamed around, uncertain. I'm sure we'll hear all about it tomorrow. Flooding, property damage, probably killed a few tomatoes. It's got the river churning and everyone headed to the lake here where the water's calmer. I myself don't mind navigating a chopping river. Not at all. I've got a good feel for it. Plus, it's better for the fungal growth. High water consumes the cave mouths and their wet wings clump together into those little balls of nutrient-dense mushroom food, jammed by current here and there between the rocks. You never have seen a mushroom grow like on a soggy cave moth carcass. Oh, that's, whoa. Amazing. If I could get a day off, Val and I would be out all day tomorrow to harvest. They'll be ready by tomorrow. A mushroom will grow just as fast as you can pump water into it. Hey, are you two headed out this way tomorrow? Maybe I could send Val ashore with you for a few hours. She's got a remarkable nose for mushrooms, and you don't even know what to look for. Just put a bag around her neck and she'll bring them back to you. Yeah. No room on the bike for a dog, Cricket. She could curl up in the sidecar. I'll sit on my legs. Silence. So, I should get back aboard. No rush. I just want to brew some tea before we get underway. Headed into the station? Thought I'd grab some black coffee for the old man. He's looking a bit waterlogged. Sure, don't want him falling asleep on you. Nah, he'll be alright. He seems like the type who can hold his liquor. Seems like he has a little experience, Hey, while you're in there, could you remind the gas station attendant this fuel is on my tab? Charged to the Mucky Mammoth. Oh, and Will wanted the scratch ticket. Thanks. I think I'll just watch the lake for a bit, ma'am. Oh, there's the plane from earlier. Looking for crystals? Why do you assume I'm looking for crystals? Oh, we've got them on sale. All kinds of folks come in here looking for crystals. There's a few over there with milky white shocks through the middle, like you caught a piece of cloud. People seem to like those a lot. Yep. Popular crystals. You work on the mammoth? I can add it to your tab. I'm a passenger. Oh, sure. I should have guessed. You have the posture of someone on their way to somewhere. I have it too. I just stand here behind the counter, and nobody affords me any greater importance than a spider web brushed out of the way. I've learned to cherish it. There's dignity in being forgotten, letting the crowd flow around you unspoiled. I used to live in a city. I mean, a real city. Cleveland, Ohio. I had some family money then, and I didn't have to work. I lived in hotels. In daylight, I walked wherever the people were. My only duty was to the crowd. I was its observer, its historian, its detective, its poet. Well, the money ran out, and I dispersed with the rest of them. I took my duties with me here, to Lake Lethe and the Echo River. I live behind this counter, anonymous, invisible, but I live with dignity. And yourself? No, I don't think so. I'm not alone. Sure, so you say. I say you can travel in company and still be alone. We keep all the crystals on the shelf over there. Buy one, get one free, or of equal or lesser symmetry. The crystals are rough, dirty. Some are damp. They must have come out of the river. Johnny seemed distant. Traveling with all these people might be like sensory overload for him. Junebug tries to scrape some green algae off a larger specimen, examining it for the kind of cloudy inner formation the attendant said was so popular. It's always just been the two of us on that bike. HAKYU, and a few numbers are woven through the algae. Maybe best to just ask him what's on his mind. This isn't algae at all. It's a decayed plastic bag caught on the rock. Shit, that floodwater washed you halfway up at the sea. I was looking for you down by New Coinsburg, same as usual, but ain't nobody there, and the river's deep as an elephant's. Oh, didn't see you there, ma'am. Pardon my language. What elephant? Haha, alright. You're no paper flower, I see that. Extending his hand warmly. I expect you must be Loretta. Enchanted to meet you. Sorry I'm late. Hey, is that coming on too flowery or something? Enchanted? Repeating it now, I feel a little silly. I'm not Loretta, but I think you'll do fine with Enchanted. Well, thanks for saying so, but now I'm double embarrassed. You picked a funny place to meet. You're probably right about that. I guess I thought it'd be like neutral territory. We both live on the river. It's not very romantic though, is it? I met Loretta on the computer. We met each other there, I mean. Or I guess we spoke through the computer and agreed to meet? I don't know the terminology. I haven't dated in quite a while. Back when I met Greta, that's my wife, excuse me, my ex, or maybe, am I her ex? I don't know how to say it. Anyway, back then there wasn't even such a thing as computers at all. I mean, I guess there probably was, but I'd never heard of one. I worked in textiles. So, here I am. So, what's your plan when Loretta shows up? Oh, maybe head down to the rum colony. Shoot, I forgot to ask if she likes to drink. You really never know these days. I guess first I'd ask her about that. If she doesn't like rum, then I'd maybe try to take her by the bat sanctuary. That's pretty romantic, in a sense. I mean, like, mist valleys and ruined churches romantic, not flowers and chocolates romantic. Of course, they got that memorial there. That's a little depressing, actually. Maybe we'd kind of sail around that? Damn it all. I guess I probably missed her. I wonder if she'll agree to meet me again. I'm sure she'll understand with the weather of all. Nice of you to say so. Well, I guess I'll head on back. Hey, supposing Loretta doesn't want to see me after all. Oh, let's be rude. I'm out of your league. Haha, I won't argue with that. Actually, I wanted to ask you for some advice. I had to type up a sort of autobiography for the computer date, and I spent a lot of time on it, but I only got one reply, and that was Loretta herself. I was happy to meet her, but supposing she's lost interest now, do you think you could maybe give me some feedback? It's only a paragraph or so. I have it all memorized. I spent so damn long writing it. Okay, here's how it goes. I'm a good-natured man, retired, and spend most of my time sailing the Echo River, riding currents of subterranean gas and that strange invisible wind that moans out the small tunnels along the bank. Seeking a companion to map the river with me. I have 2 grown children, but they live far away. No goofballs. Okay, what do you think? What was that about goofballs? I mean it like serious inquiries only. You might miss out on some really great goofballs. Huh, you may be right about that. Why mention your children? Oh, I figure it'll come up somehow. I don't know how people feel about dating with kids. Like I said, it's been a while. Are you proud? Yeah, sure I am. My son is a school teacher and my daughter owns a printing press. Good people. Yeah, maybe I just mentioned it out there, hoping I'd get asked to brag a little. You'll be fine. Alright, thanks for your help, ma'am. Really renewed my confidence. I'm ready to get back on that computer. You have a good night now. What's left of it, anyways. What do you think of that? Oh, Val is the other dog. What do you think of that other dog we've got on board, Val? Blue came along with that old man drinking up all your beer. I'm a little worried about that guy, to be honest. Good thing he seems to be traveling with friends. So, could you fit in the sidecar? If I sat on my legs, you could curl up in the base. She's an excellent driver. Maybe we can still talk her into it. What's that? It's a crystal. I bought it for you. Wow, thank you, ma'am. Hey, could you hold on to it for a minute? I'm gonna look around inside. Wish me luck. Good luck. Where did these crystals come from? Oh, there used to be a young man who came by here and traded them for gas. He's a driver. I guess he found them diving? Haven't seen him in a while, though. That right there could be the last of them. To be honest, our whole inventory is pretty low right now. There's a delivery boat that usually swings by earlier in the night, but I guess something came up. Where are you headed? Just following Junebug. She was in here a minute ago. Okay, yeah. I had a feeling you two might be traveling together. I never travel, but I do love travelers. That's what I like about this job. The travelers come to me. Do you ever get lonely here? Yes, I do. Well, let me know if I can help you find anything. Glory, it is good to be among friends. Suit yourself. What are you so excited about? I can't help it. Every time I step out onto the boat alone, I think this could be the very last time. And every time I come ashore back among people, I think, Glory, it is good to be among friends. Helps to keep things in perspective, I guess. It's a ritual of remembrance for me. Tonight particularly so. It's my birthday. I am 5 years old. Do you know why I say that? Well, I'm gonna tell you. 5 years and some days ago, I set out on the Echo River, alone, or so I thought at the time. I was looking for an ice floe. They're occasionally rumored to travel our humble artery on their way from who knows where to who knows where. Well, who knows why? It's a mystery. An hour into the journey, my lantern gave out. Now, I always carry 3 or 4 spares. You'll never catch me in the dark again. Lesson learned, buddy. But that night, when the lantern went out, I was stuck in the dark. I kept my arm extended, running my fingers along the cave wall, trying to keep my bearing as best I could and at least make sure I wasn't going in circles. I just prayed I'd find another traveler who knew his way back to the lake or above ground, or even just a crack in the rock to get a glimpse of moonlight. I had a large bag of apples with me. After a long while, maybe a day, I was getting weak, so I took my hand down from the rock to tear the bag open. Well, when I reached back out, I couldn't find the cave wall anymore, or any other. I was totally unmoored, buddy, totally adrift, and it was so dark. I started counting time and apples eaten. I drifted in despair for 4 apples. Then I schemed and planned and dreamed for 2 apples. Finally, I came to accept my fate, lost at sea. And this phase I think would have continued indefinitely had I not come down to the very last damn apple. Picture me, feeling around in the empty bag, certain that somehow there was another one of those fist-sized chunks of life-giving fruit, already softened by time and probably an unappetizing brown. But nope, that was it. Just as I was about to bite into my last meal, I felt a tickle on my upper lip. It hatched right then. Couldn't have been a moment later I would have eaten it. My last apple was infested by a damn fruit fly maggot. Well, that should have been the end of it. I should have eaten that apple and that fly while I was at it, and put an end to our little food chain suicide pact. But I waited, at a mercy. After all, this fly was basically a newborn child, right? A gross insect child, but still a child, right? Born into darkness and famine, hungry and alone. I mean, can you imagine that? No other flies out there on the boat, and never would be. No other flies to welcome him into the world. I mean, no fly creature, no fly society, no fly history. A true orphan. I started to get depressed just thinking about it. Worked out a thick tear. I'm not ashamed to say. Well, that fly landed on my cheek, right under my left eye, and right on that salty teardrop, and then, blinding glory, his ass lit up like a candle. It wasn't a fly, buddy, that was a damn lightning bug. So, that's how I come here today with you folks, only because I found my way out of the strange river cave by the dim-lit rear of some orphan insect hatched out of my last rotten apple. Glory, it is good to be among friends. Did my Johnny talk your ear off out here? Damn, he's even got me talking to dogs now. Don't think I'll make a habit of it. No offense. That guy is a trip, that gas station attendant. Did you talk to him? It's funny, he actually reminds me of that frog we had for a bit. That frog you had. Aw, I like to think he was a part of the family, you know? Okay, so how does the gas station attendant remind you of a frog? Oh, I don't know. Because he liked to talk, I guess. Maybe we should pick up another one? A frog, or a cat, or an iguana, or something. Feeling lonely, Cricket? Not exactly. Not like that guy in the gas station. That guy lets the world wash over him, static like a rock. But you and me, both, together, I mean. We're always moving, always changing. I think it's because we feel safe with each other, you know? Free. We can try stuff out, change our clothes, swap parts around, just play. I'm not lonely, just curious. With another person to play with, what else could we be? You may be right, Cricket. You really think so? Wow. I thought I'd have to wear you down a little like I did with the gerbils. Oh, that's Kate. Time to hit the road. River, I mean. See that small brick building? It used to be an upholstery shop. Now it's inhabited by a very skilled taxidermist whose art is greatly in demand. When it was an upholstery shop, it didn't see nearly as much business. The old shop's name has been lost to time and weather. That was decades ago. And the only traces of it now are it's in the grade form of an old sign behind the new lettering, which now reads Trapper, Stalker, and Sportsman. And then below, smaller, no specimen is too exotic, no arrangement too fanciful. Some of the upholstery equipment is still there too, and still sees active use. Elise is the resident artist, although she's not the owner of the shop. It's owned by her aunt, Ida. Ida has very little to do with the day-to-day. She's busy with other endeavors, mostly the restaurant she and her husband run on Lake Letha. Oh wow, Emily's trip down Missouri Route Zero has ended. Oh my god, oh no. You guys, oh no, I think I'm a streamer now. I just got a message on Twitter from someone offering to design me a graphic designer for like a Twitch package. The package includes a profile picture, a banner, an offline image, and 6 panels. Oh, God. It's time to log off. Emma asks if you saw any good mold or bureaucracies in your route zeroing. Oh, do you see these bugs down here? The shelves are full of dusty tapes. Some have been relabeled several times, the stickers piling up thick on their spines. Birds. Emily says, I did pass a large nondescript building on the side of the highway with a big red sign that said Rural King? Blue-black morning swings across the screen. The birdwatcher tramps through dewy grass. He stops with a wet grunt and rests the camera on a pile of rocks. Birds from Great Distances, Episode 12, appears briefly on screen. He twists the lens by hand, pushing the frame past trees, onto the road, and coming to a halt zoomed in on a fuzzy, fist-sized artifact resting on the momentary stroke of a telephone wire. Shannon and the birdwatcher observe. He breathes heavily, and she holds her breath, like she's afraid he might hear, afraid of distracting him or of being discovered and contaminating his perfect isolation. Traffic picks up, indifferent. As the sky lightens, the black smudge in the center of the frame gradually becomes more prominent, but never in any greater detail. Ugh, I'm torn between more birds and question marks. I love that Shannon dutifully turns the light on and off every time. That awful hum. It seems to start before Shannon even hits play. Then there's the familiar room. There are the blank gray walls marked with tape, and school desks, and this time she notices a few more details. The murky carpet like standing water, some video equipment stashed in the corner, a row of lockers. And there's Weaver, looking serenely at the camera. As before, she starts speaking, and as before, there's no sound but that hum. Shannon finds Weaver's words coming back to her as they appear in captions on the screen. Mail, school, and these magnificent, tragic horses. Go underground, as deep as you can go. The air is cool and the earth is damp, and when you close your eyes, you are surrounded by the dead. Remember where that is? You'll find your way from there. I think this place is what you're looking for. Some of it will wash away soon, but I think you'll be happy here, even without the mail, school. The text repeats for a few minutes, and Shannon stops the tape. Well, simply must watch more birds. It's raining heavily as the title, Birds from Great Distances, episode 27, flashes on screen. She knows by the sound, the volley of rainwater on mud, tree branches, the rusted bed of an old pickup, and on the birdwatcher's own skin and hair. He swears under his breath. She can hear the rain there, too, in his wet breath and the wet exclamation of his palm, slopping the water from his forehead and shoulders. The camera is pointed at a cedar shed with one hinged door angling erratically in the storm. From this distance, it's hard to tell if it's been damaged or simply left open. When the door swings wide, she can see that the shed is full of small birds. Scraps, maybe, or rough-cut pieces meant for very small projects and then stacked carelessly on shelves. Small boards, not birds. In piles, quickly sorted and then forgotten. And there's a bird. A blue... Oh, damn it. Sometimes I think it closes those dialogue boxes without me clicking. Birds. Again! The video is black. Shannon only knows it's playing because of the cicadas, and then Birds from Great Distances, episode 81. The screen isn't totally dark, of course. It's what she thinks of as video black. A deep, mottled blue, noisy with magnetic decay and the cottony limits of the camera's sensors. It's the black she sees before she goes to sleep, the night black, the eyes shut against streetlights black. She has more words for it than she expected. She wonders what words the birdwatcher uses for it. She wonders where he is, relative to the camera, or where the bird is, for that matter. Emma says there's so many birds to watch. Apparently that's it. We've come to the end of the birds. An elderly couple sit on folding chairs in the middle of a TV studio, undecorated except for a funeral lily in a thin blue vase on the table. The lights are a bit too dim to make out their features. She reads from a newspaper with unhurried efficiency. Gloria B. of Munfordville passed away on Monday at her residence. Survivors include her children, Dakota, Montana, Minnesota, and Bobby, all of Munfordville. A memorial service will be held at 7 p.m. Thursday at Hatton Huffman Funeral Home in Munfordville, with cremation to follow. She never knew Gloria. He thinks he may have heard the name, wondering aloud if she ever worked at a cafe down there in Munfordville. The woman who ran that place was once called Gloria, or maybe still is. They take a call, someone who knew Gloria B., if not very well. The caller once installed the satellite dish at Gloria's house, a 900-square-foot ranch-style house on 2 acres at a dead end, backed by weed and pines. When the caller mounted the ladder up to Gloria's roof, she slid open her window and tugged urgently at his pant leg. He followed her gaze behind the house to 2 wild turkeys picking through the weeds. Gloria and the caller watched them, silent and still, as the huge birds foraged obliviously into the trees. Then he installed the satellite dish. An on-screen title identifies this program as The History of Weather, Volume 3, Drought. Over footage of a dry riverbed, the program's narrator explains the difference between modern drought and ancient drought. The narrator proposes that modern drought may hardly be considered weather at all, since its severity and behavior are so influenced by human activity. Oh. At first, she thinks the video might be paused, but on closer inspection, she can see the edges of the frame shrinking inward around the chairs, desk, and loose gray furniture of a sterile waiting room. She watches for a while, but she's not sure for how long. Several minutes. The zoom tightens, so gradually she sometimes forgets it's happening at all, and finally rests on an oscillating desk fan. She ejects the tape before the next part of the triptych begins. Okay, last one. We'll do the last one. Should we do science or trivia thing for the last one? Science it is. Emily agrees. It looks like Will, though much younger, reclined on a sofa and taking calls. His arm, draped over the back of the couch, holds a bottle of something clear. People call in with stories of their encounters with the supernatural. Will offers little commentary or response. He acknowledges them. Sometimes he interrupts to clarify or repeat something back to them. Mostly, he just listens and pulls from that clear glass bottle. A handmade banner strung above the couch reads, "I believe you." Okay, I'm gonna put another log on the fire. I will be right back. 1 log per hour. Okay, the fire has been freshly logged. No, it was only a few notes. Slow and sad, like a funeral music, you know? I don't remember it being sad, just simple and unburdened. Maybe that's what funeral music sounds like to me. Unburdened. Oh, hello. Kate and I were just... Oh, haha, that still will. Oh, hello. Kate and I were just trying to remember the Mammoth song. But neither of us have heard it for years. Will just found the mechanism. In the mammoth's belly, hidden in gritty matted fur. Ha! Like it's a big music box. A slowly spinning cylinder covered in metal pins that pluck her dulcet guts and pump the bellows in her bowels. But some of the pins are rusted and worn away. Easy to replace, if we can ever remember what the notes are. Did I hear you browsing the archives next door? Find anything good? I found something pretty unsettling, actually. Oh dear. I don't even know half of what's on those tapes anymore. They used to all be movies and that kind of stuff. I like nature documentaries especially. But some people left home movies or little art videos they'd made. But that damn VCR devours anything you leave in it. It just switches into record mode at random, I think, and picks up whatever's coming in over the antenna. Of course, the only station we get down here is the WEVP. Community television, you know. They've got that show with the gentleman playing banjo in his birthday suit. I'm sure you've seen it. Oh, yes. And if there's no tape in the machine when it tries to start recording, it makes this awful sound, like putting a squeaky toy in a food processor. I can hear it above the deck. Awful. That's why I put the sign up. Please do not rewind after watching. At least that way nothing gets taped over anymore. Oh, yes, Emily says, could I possibly get a super quick rundown of how this act started? Yes, so this act started, we left the Bureau and got picked up by we're taking the ferry, which has a big mammoth on it, so we are slowly being transported by this ferry to Dogwood Drive. We've been introduced to some new characters. Kate owns the boat. Will is the mechanic for the boat. Johnny and Junebug, the musicians, are also with us. There's another musician on board also named something starting... Clara, who has a concert on the Echo tonight. So all of the little scenes have kind of been various people on board the boat and little stops that we're making, like at a gas stop or to drop off mail. Emma says, we got on the ferry. There was a great shot of a mechanical mammoth. We read the manual for the mammoth for a while. Yeah. That's pretty much it. We're not that far into this act. You were in one of the videos. I believe you, it said. Where was that taped? You had a TV show? I never knew. No, I don't believe I ever have. The title sounds familiar, but more like it's something I heard about, like secondhand information. They let anybody on there. That's the whole idea. Community television, or public access, they call it. I would say it's possible that I did the show you saw, and then forgot. Wouldn't be the first time. The studio... No, I can't say that. I remember where WEVP is. Sorry. You should meet Dashiell. He did a lot of volunteer work for WEVP in the early days, wiring up antennas and relays, stuff like that. I think you two would have a lot to talk about. He works at the telephone exchange. No, I'm afraid he's been let go. Oh yeah? That's odd. He still takes the ferry to work every day. I'm sure he's at the telephone exchange right now, in fact. I dropped him there a few hours ago. We're stopping at the telephone exchange again shortly to deliver their mail and pick up their trash. You should go ashore when we do. Ask for Dashiell. I rarely miss a chance to lounge on the beach around the rum colony, and I do enjoy a drink, although I don't find their signature liquor suits me. But this time, I elected to stay aboard and shoot the breeze with Kate over some mineral water. Still, I heard reports. Ezra told me about the dark corners. See, that beach is lit by a congregation of amber torches stuck in the sand. They mix the torch fuel with citronella oil. It keeps the bugs away, which keeps the bats away, but the light doesn't fall very far from the flame. The rest is shadows and sandy echoes, and that's the part Ezra wanted to tell me about. He said he found a treasure. I know better than to pry. Oh, if we're talking about the rum colony, I should tell you about Patch. He's the bartender, general manager, creative director. I guess that means he books the music. He pretty much runs the place for the last 7 years. A lot of folk assumes he owns it, though that's not the case. The rum colony is owned by a dead man named Vernon. Technically, it would be owned by the power company, who once bought a sizable interest from Vernon as part of a state-sponsored investment program, but a clause in that arrangement requires them to keep their hands off the day-to-day, and most the profits, so long as Vernon walks the earth. The upshot of all that is that nobody came forth to identify the body. Patch is a good guy, though. Kind, trustworthy. Ah, god damn it. Early clicks. Oh, Val the dog's full name is Valkyrie. I'm torn here. I want to follow the dogs, but I also want to know what they're up to. Clara, Kate, and I stopped to do some business by telephone. A phone. I guess we're going to be up here for a minute. Looks like they have a few calls to make. What are you going to do? Yeah, that's a good question. I just thought I'd stretch my legs, on firm ground. I didn't realize this place would be floating on barrels. Oh my god, Conway's picked up a lei from the bar. Back when I was driving long hauls, that's the real big trucks now, I sometimes wouldn't leave the cab but to pump gas. I took my meals in there, I slept in there, I changed my socks in there. The whole thing. So, one time, I was hauling a bunch of big spools, telephone wire, I think, actually, up from California into Washington State. You know where that is? It's way out, on a map, it's kind of to the left of here, more or less. In between California and Washington, there's a place called Oregon, and you can't pump your own gas there. They have a guy who does it called a gas jockey, and you better not even open your door or they get all suspicious. I drove through California and into Washington, and I refueled in the middle in Oregon, and so I didn't set foot out of the truck for a whole day. When I came out of the cab, the ground rushed up like it missed me, gave me a big old kiss right on the chin, right here. What I'm saying is, hell, I forgot. What am I talking about? You can't pump your own gas in Oregon. Exactly. Don't forget it. Don't say I never taught you anything. Well, guess I'll head back aboard. Might see if I can find any of the good stuff stashed in maybe in the spice cabinet? Maybe in the medicine cabinet. Haha, that's where it belongs. Hell, who am I talking to? Don't listen to me, kid. I'll see you in a few. Conway! Oh!
about was her and Dad, who was motorcycle cop, taught her how to parallel park. And every time she parallel parked, she would take out a dime. And if she could fit the dime between the wheel of her car and the curb of the street, then she had to do it again. She didn't do that for me, but every time that I got upset about having to do it again, she would tell me that at least I didn't have to be a dime distance away from the curb. I learned how to drive in the fall, and I got that snow a lot during that time. And I don't know when my mom learned to drive.
So, Emma points out it's the first thing, that first message is the first thing you can remember extension from the phone line. So presumably Will is the one operating the Secret Board of Tourism phone line. And this is the bureau with the bear where we found the first brochure from the Department of Secret Tourism. I wonder if Emily says this reminds me of an article I read recently about the God phone at Burning Man. Oh, what a sentence that is. I'm curious in that article. I wonder because the phone there's like a phone number associated with the game that you could call to get updates on the game. So I wonder if this are actual messages that people called in and left.
I remember the number 10 in a flashcard with a turkey on it. It had a yellow background. The frogs are too loud.
The frogs are too loud. Mm.
I keep hearing these noises whenever I go there. It's like bells ringing. But the bells aren't metal bells or ceramic bells. They're kind of bells like normally hear. They're like this weird. I can't even describe the material. It's just resonant. This ringing. You know, just. And as soon as I close my eyes again, there's nothing.
Emily says the God phone is a phone where callers can make a phone call to God, and other people at Burning Man take turns being God, but it's a similar vibe of sharing really personal stuff. Oh. Yeah, there's an art installation in coastal Japan. I can't remember the name of the name of it, but it's like it's an empty phone booth where the idea of it is people can talk to their family members who died or went missing in the last big tsunami, and there's like recordings of it, which is very very personal and difficult to listen to. Don't you go diving in too. It's actually really cold and kind of dangerous. Did he say where he was going? He's looking for the good stuff. I see. Still thirsty. Kate keeps some diet soda in the broom closet, but you didn't hear it from me. It's next to the bleach. Bring a flashlight. Oh, no, I don't think that's what he's looking for. So, any important messages? Every single one. Where are you headed tonight, small man? I'm just following my friends. Is this young woman your friend? We met Ezra earlier tonight, and he's been very helpful. I'm hoping we can return the favor once we get back above ground. Poor kid was sleeping at a bus station and just lost track of his folks. He'll be alright. He's more at home down here than any of us. Trust me, I have an eye for it. Kate, thanks for calling. I hope I didn't wake you up. No, I can't really get comfortable enough to sleep anymore, except in the car. Oh, not driving. In the passenger seat, reclined. Eric drove me around the reservoir this afternoon, and I got an hour or two in. I couldn't get settled in bed, so I was just watching TV. Some cooking show about high-concept junk food. Oh my god, are you watching Bon Appetit's Gourmet Makes? And everyone from my high school chemistry class was there, making cupcakes out of old bicycle parts. I think I might have dozed off a bit, actually. Honestly, this baby can come out whenever he wants. I'm completely over it. Don't rush it. Just try to get some rest. That's what Eric says. I guess it'll happen when it happens. I mean, obviously it... The phone line makes a horrible sound. Whoa! God, the phones down here are such a mess. Hey, Kate, I really appreciate you checking in. I have your pager number, and so does Eric, just in case I'm too distracted or whatever. I'll let you go. I should try and eat something. Try some of that lichen oil I left, just to help settle your stomach. Okay, thanks. Maybe I'll just chew on some ice. Talk to you soon, Kate. Hopefully. I can't believe I'm in love with every woman in this game. Just checking in on a client. Did I mention I'm a birth doula? Wow. How does that fit with being a tugboat captain? Some women choose to come labor on the boat, actually. For the rest, I have a backup, just in case I can't get back to dry land in time. I've been lucky and only had to lean on her a handful of times, out of several hundred berths. You'd never believe how many people are just born, all the time. Is everything okay? Everything's great. Sounds like she's ready. Some women just know. It's amazing. Others are caught totally by surprise. Your friend went back aboard? Yeah, he's been drinking a bit. Oh, I should have pointed him toward the head. I'm glad you phoned. I was just thinking of you. So this is the other musician who's aboard, Emily Clara. Sorry I didn't call you this week. I've been traveling constantly. That's fine. I visited the hospital yesterday. I went to visit Uncle Andreas, but they moved him. Now he's in a hospice care facility run by some Polish nun. Everyone says it's very nice. I asked them about visiting and they said he didn't want any visitors. He's just being stubborn. Yes, it's typical of Andreas. I was thinking maybe if you came to visit, he would see you. All those afternoons you two would just go drinking beers by the river. Don't you think it would mean a lot to him if he could say goodbye to you in person? Emily says, Claire cameo. Oh, Nadia, I'd never make it back in time anyway. It's true. You're a long way from home, Clara. I suppose it can't be helped. Oh, here's Mother at the door. We're going to try again to go see him. I hope the tour is going well. Love you. Be careful. My sister, back home. She's very depressing to me this morning. My uncle Andreas is terminally ill and refusing visitors, and Nadia's making a stir about it. I'm sorry to hear that. Are you close? Yes, but only recently. He lived abroad for most of my life. I only met him a few years ago. My sister is older, so she knew him as a child, too. So I think her respect for him is distorted by sentiment. We must always take the dying at their word. Their motivations are beyond our understanding. The older man, he's swimming back to the Mammoth? No emergency, I hope. Oh, he's looking for the toilet. Well, I hope he finds it before we embark. He seems unsteady on his feet as it is. Brandon approaches. Brandon is new. I don't suppose any... what does Brandon sound like? What's Brandon's deal? I don't suppose any of you folks are headed past the Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces? Not on this run, but we'll be coming back this way in a few hours. Well, I may still be here then. It's no big deal. I'll just hang out and read or something until it's time to head back to work. Hey, you folks are traveling with that old guy, right? With the leg? Is he okay? I saw him earlier tonight. Oh, he's the janitor! From the congregation. I saw him earlier tonight. He came by the storage facility for some files. He totally bit it on the staircase. He's okay though, right? I think so. I think so. I don't know him too well. He's a passenger. Cool. Hey, I guess he's well enough to swim. Well, have a good night. Or, morning almost. Emily says, oh, hey, Brandon. That right there is Ratliff Monument. If you ever need a headstone carved for a loved one, I mean. Violet Ratliff never married, nevertheless bore 6 children: Earl, Kelly, Barb, Ron, young Earl, and Beauty. And for each birth, she locked the doors of Ratliff Monument for only 1 day, even with young Earl, when she was in labor for 36 hours. Well, that's what folks said, and I met her, and I believe them. She had the unyielding disposition of a cliffside. None of Violet's children had any desire to go into monument making. Beauty thought it was all a bit ghoulish. There's some truth to that. Very little demand for monuments to the living, after all. The run of the shop fell at last to young Earl, the only Ratliff still at home when his mother finally passed at 82, and who then had the honor of engraving her headstone. He's done well for the most part. His craftsmanship has suffered over time. It's his hands, cut and bruised by missed strokes, shaken apart from the inside too. He learned from Violet, when striking a block of stone with mallet and chisel, to absorb the extra shock right into his bones so as to keep the apparatus straight and carve a perfect line. He spends his time outside work just caring for his hands, soaking his bones in salt water, doing little exercises and stretches. It won't improve the straightness of his marks, but it might put off the day he finds himself unable to carve a line at all, scribbling on rocks like his ancestors. That's the day he has nightmares about. He dreads it like death, though he makes no distinction between the two. Shannon, Ezra, the old man, and I stopped at the Radvansky Center to make some quick cash. Okay, we're going to take another little tiny break here because I have to put another log on the fire and patter around and close some curtains since it's dark now. Or maybe not. Yeah, I think we're okay. Okay, we'll be right back. Okay, we are back. Fresh logs have been acquired. Good morning. Bags isn't feeling well. Long night. Poor kitty. What are you watching? Security tape from last night. Daryl left the lights on again. Should we slash his tires? I'll leave a stern note on his desk. Spare the rod. What are we doing today? Right. This is weird. You know that old vending machine? The one that only has tomato juice? No, the old one they just stopped refilling. Remember, we rolled it out onto the dock last August and some scavengers stripped it for metal in the middle of the night? Daryl cut his hand cleaning up after them and it got infected. Remember? No. Okay, anyway, the rest of it ended up in the coat room until finally Daryl was piling it into the big bag for the trash barge to come pick up, and he came across this box lost behind all the junk. Check it out. This looks old. Yeah, there's a bunch of videotapes and completed questionnaires. I looked up the reference number and it's never been processed, so I guess that's what we're doing today. There's no date on it. We'll just have to make one up unless there's some footage of a calendar or something in here. Flipping through questionnaires. I guess these are the old tests before we started doing the video exit interviews. That's annoying. Yeah, let's see. How did we do this? I'll run the tape, you interpret the questionnaires, okay? Wow, I haven't seen that poster in a while. I think that was mine from college. Yeah, definitely. Oh, right. Daryl swapped it out in the redesign. Now it's... What's there now? Yeah, it's, that's weird. I can't picture it. I mean, I can picture the wall, and there's definitely something hung there. That's gonna bug me. Want me to go look? It's just down the hall. No, it's okay. The modernist bookshelf with the fancy vintage turntable. So ostentatious. So Daryl. What? That was my bookshelf. Oh no, haha. But you, grew out of it or something, right? Ended up in the lab somehow. I keep my books in a pile now. It's easier to find what I'm looking for. Never, what shelf is the book on? Only, well, it's somewhere in the pile. Pragmatic. Excuse me. Ugh. This should be some basic information in the first control test. Subject's general disposition. Jin looks over the questionnaire document from the envelope. Question. Why are you here? Response. I don't know. Permissive. Permissive. Demographic category? Question. What's the first thing you remember? I remember a birdcage. Mid-20s. Do you think we should use the old categories or the new categories? Oh, right. Will the computer even still take the old ones? They're still in the menu. Okay, in that case, put in precarious. Sure. Oh, I forgot. Name? It says Marquez on the file. Whoa, Marquez? Are you sure? That's what it says. Do you know her? That can't be. No, that's not her. Did she come alone or with a group? I don't know. There's an extended monitoring tape here too. We could check on the dock when she showed up. No, definitely not. Oh, she's traveling with one of those creepy distillery guys. Him? Nah, he just looks like some old drifter. Maybe you're right. It's hard to tell in this light. Oh, it's... Wait, who is that? The guy in the hoodie. What? I've never seen him before. Really? He looks so damn familiar. I thought maybe he was a former intern or something. He's a little old for that, right? No, I don't recognize him. Sorry. You're all deja vu this morning. It's spooky. Sorry, just one of those days, I guess. Ha! I guess the old man is on dinghy guard duty. A noble assignment. So, who was this lady? Oh, right. Well, do you remember WEVP TV? WEVP TV? No. Okay. It was a community television station. The Consolidated Power Company had to fund it as like a punishment for owning too much of the broadcast spectrum or something. Oh. They used to screen your videos, right? Yeah, it was like a co-op. I did some maintenance and they gave me a slot to show my work. And they had that naked banjo guy late at night. Yeah, that's mainly what everyone remembers. I guess their whole mandate was community expression. He was certainly expressive. Oh, wait. Was WEVP the one that... The flood, right? Yeah. Damn. So, Shannon Marquez, did she have a naked banjo show too? What? No. Let me guess. Question. Which of the following sentences best describes you? I am haunted, unable to forget. She had an exercise? Oh, she had an exercise show? No, I've never heard of Shannon Marquez. It was a Weaver Marquez I knew. She worked at the station for a bit, and then she left on kind of weird terms, actually. Anyway, where were we? Okay, how do we rank her from the control test? Question. Without turning around to look, please describe the following objects. Bookshelf. It has 4 shelves. It is shaped like a transformer coil. It reminds me of a library. Question. Poster. I remember circles. I have a poster in my workshop, a vintage advertisement for vacuum tubes. Question. Lighting. I really can't remember. Average, I guess. Typing. Average. Okay. How many pictures did she remember? 2. Or actually, maybe 3. What? She wrote down orange, strawberry, guava. Guava? I think she meant the pear. See, that's why I hate this test. There's so much fruit that basically looks like just other fruit. Oh, guava. Does a guava even look like a pear, though? I don't think I've even seen a guava. I thought they were pink. They're just pink on the inside. You wouldn't confuse a real guava for a real pear, but in one of Daryl's crude watercolors? But I can still clearly tell that's a pear, even on video. Yeah, you and I can, but we already know it's a pear. She could be remembering wrong, or just identifying what, to her, is a much more likely fruit to appear in a painting based on any number of cultural, social, geographic, you know? She didn't say anything in her response to help clarify? Let's see. Question. Please describe in detail any sensations that accompany your memory of this picture. I remember the way the fruit tastes. My mother gave me some mushed up guava once to cure a toothache. Not really, just some sensory memories of guava. Well, I guess we should just skip the pictures. That's a shame. It's really hard to measure memory degradation in some of the later tests without this one as a baseline location updating scenario. I've been saying we should just use photographs. Watercolor paintings already have the quality of a half-remembered dream anyway. Like they're inviting you to forget them, or somebody else already forgot them for you, like a mama bird feeding her chicks cotton candy. Photographs are... It's not that they're really any more accurate or true, but we think they are. They put you in that mindset. They have authority. So, yeah, out with the watercolors, I say. But then poor Daryl wouldn't have anywhere to exhibit his work. Jen makes a noise. A cat. Jen, look who it is. Oh, I miss that kitty. I forgot what became of the white one. Her name was Coconut, and she disappeared without a trace. Oh my god, Shannon is gonna steal Coconut. Easy come, easy go? I wouldn't say easy. I had to leave food on that dock for a week before she'd come inside. She only stuck around for a month or 2. You probably saw quite a lot of her. I remember you were working nights then. She was a nocturnal creature. That's right, I remember. Let me pet the cat. Ugh. Is that food? No way. It is food for the cat. Oh my god. Wait, I don't remember this test. Oh. Did we cut this one? What's the questionnaire like? No, this is just... Sometimes if I can't make it in for a few days, I might leave a note to feed the cats. For the test subjects? Wow. How do you know they'll do it? I write it on, university letterhead. Jin, that is unethical. At least I don't use university property and research equipment to make weird video art. Very well then, I contradict myself. I wonder which is the nobler transgression. I'll settle that question. It's a nobler to feed kitties. Emma says, I changed my mind. This game is bad. Okay, I changed my mind again. This game is good. Oh, okay. This is before the CD players. I hope she remembers to rewind. They never did, and Daryl would be in all night rolling all those tapes back one by one in his little Walkman. He still has that thing. He says he uses it at the gym, but I think he's just too attached to his old mixtapes. He is so sentimental, our Daryl. Those tapes had sounds from my apartment building. Did you know that? Oh? I thought it was stock sound effects from the library. Yeah, the CDs are, but when it was on tape, Daryl had me borrow a tape recorder from the music department and go collect them myself. He showed me a first draft of the questionnaire. I think some of them are still in there, like... Question: what were you thinking about immediately before listening to the tape? I was thinking about my cousin. Question: after the tape ended, how quickly did your thoughts return to the subject? I never really stopped thinking about it. Right. I don't really get the point of that question. I think it's just there to set a baseline for the introspection index. So all the doors opening and closing, those are all from your apartment? Most of them, yeah. Others were from the basement. We have these rows of storage closets down there. None of them are locked or anything. It's just like this weird row of doors. They're not even marked or differentiated. You have to keep count as you go and remember which one is yours. Mine is number 8. I went down there a little tipsy once. Sunday cleaning, a few glasses of wine. Anyway, I accidentally opened 9 and it was full of mice. Like, for a computer, I mean. They were all neatly arranged on shelves, organized by some inscrutable quality, cables tied with Velcro. The neighborhood mouse hoarder. A collector, I think. I guess he lived next door. I told Daryl we should add a question. Something like, question: while listening to the tape recordings of door openings, if at any point you have any expectation or visualization about what might be on the other side of the door, please write it down. The first door. I thought it led outside. I was just curious, I guess, since it was from my building. Like, I have a strong sense of where these doors lead just by hearing them. But is that just from my memory, or is it inherent in the sound somewhere? Interesting. You should write a grant proposal. Oh, I wouldn't want to step on any toes. University politics. Oh, here's another extended monitoring tape. Busy night. There he is again, sleeping. Where do I know him from? It's gonna drive me up a wall. Does he work at the university? Oh, that sounds familiar. Yeah, I think he might have worked there a long time ago. Like, maybe when I was an undergrad. Ah, the Paleolithic. I thought he looked a bit rugged. That's right, Jen. I went to college during the Stone Age. What was your major? Fire. I don't think he was a professor. Maybe staff? It's been so long. Sometimes I wish I'd just barreled through, like you did, instead of taking time off before grad school. I'm sure it was the right thing to do at the time. Yeah, or the only thing. I was such a mess. Did I ever tell you about that? My boyfriend died suddenly, in my last year of college. Oh, poor thing. It's okay. It was a long time ago. But yeah, it really shook me up back then. He was studying astronomy. We were both really into experimental music. We took a few art classes together. That's so sad. Sorry, never mind. No, it's okay. That's the thing, actually. I mean, that's what shook me up about it. It was just this random accident that never should have happened, and so sudden you couldn't have seen it coming. He was back home visiting his parents, and he fell off a roof. Damn, I know what you mean. You can't predict that kind of, what do you call it, freak accident kind of thing. Oh. I wonder if her college boyfriend is Charlie, Lysette and Ira's kid. Damn, I know what you mean. You can't predict that kind of, what do you call it, freak accident kind of thing. My psychiatrist said that's why I'm such a pessimist. Well, I think you're remarkably upbeat, all things considered. I mean, you know, the thing with your boyfriend and the roof, but also what happened at the TV station. Acts of God. You think? No, I mean, that's what you call it. That's what you say when it's nobody's fault. Oh, shoot, hold on. I have to do a log adjustment in the fireplace really fast. Here we go. Have the fire for the stream. It'll be cozy. You definitely won't have to get up every 20 minutes to fucking do something for it. I don't think I believe in that. What? Acts of God. Yeah, but there has to be a word for when something completely shitty happens for no reason, right? I guess it's kind of archaic. Jen flips through the questionnaire. Question. First, please use the blank space below to describe your general feelings about television. If you have any difficulty summarizing your emotions succinctly, or have too many different feelings to fit in the blank space, you may also use the back of this paper. I have mixed feelings about television. Question. You were asked to watch several videos. How many of the videos did you watch? I don't remember. Sorry. Speaking of the TV stations, you were saying something earlier about the other Marquez girl. Oh, right. I was talking about Weaver. Yeah, what exactly happened with her? You said she left on weird terms? Yeah, well, so actually, she just stopped showing up. That was pretty normal. It was all volunteers, right? Community television? Yeah, people didn't really give much advance notice. They just got bored and drifted away. It was more like an art project than a job for most people. Weaver Marquez helped manage the archives, like filing and sorting old tapes of broadcasts. I think she was pretty smart. She probably could have been more help fixing equipment or something, but she seemed content just to organize tapes. Nobody ever talked to her much, so when she left, no big deal. But then a couple of months later, we started getting these bizarre interventions. Question. The camera focused on a table, passed through a doorway, then focused on another table. Which object present on the first table was also present on the second table? The picture was too blurry to make anything out. You should have these VCRs professionally cleaned. I'm writing my number on the back of the page. Someone would be doing a show in their normal time slot, and then suddenly the feed would cut. We'd still be broadcasting, but our signal was totally jammed. Oh, like interference? Like interference? I mean, total blackout. Then this video would come on, clearly shot in our studio at some point, and it was her, Weaver Marquez. She'd be standing in the middle of the studio, facing the camera. Question. You were asked to make note of a fond memory from childhood and associate it with one of the objects on the table on screen. What object did you choose? The feather. Why was this object present on the second on-screen was this object present on the second on-screen table after the camera passed through the doorway? Not the same one, but another one sort of like it. It's a bit fuzzy in my memory, but I do remember the sounds, this awful hum, like that was how she did it. She made a hum so sinister it drove our signal into hiding. Question. The video began with footage of the outside of a building and then entered the building. Was it day or night outside the building? It was night. When the camera exited the building again, was it day or night outside the building? It was day. Then there were these on-screen captions, exactly the same every time. I don't remember what they said. Something creepy. Wow. Okay, location updating effect on emotional memory. Subject is measuring near the edge of the useful range of her forgetfulness index. We may need to reject this data. This test is so hard to interpret. They're too bored by this point. Plus, it's hard to account for the ambient sorrow from the last test. Can we just write too bored and go on to the next one? Damn, this is taking a while. Daryl will be heartbroken if this is the only box we get through today. The poor thing, he's like a paper butterfly. I would say a moth. Oh, look. Can you read the date? Damn, I can't read it either. It may not even have been current. I remember for a while we had a calendar up that was like years behind. I think Daryl liked the picture. What was it? Best friends. Every month there was a different pair of animals that were friends. That's adorable. I think I'm going to be sick. You don't remember that? That weird intern brought it from home. What was his name? Who? Oh, you remember. He was always like... we would make fun of him for... Damn, he's almost completely gone from my brain. So many interns coming and going then. I guess I didn't even bother remembering their names. I wonder who was working back then when this was recorded. Is there a tape of the monitoring room? Yeah, here it is. Oh, before we check that out, did she flip the calendar forward or backward? Backward. Oh, weird. They usually flip it forward. Hi, kitty. There she goes. Wait, do you think... Did she follow them out? Oh, well, here's the last extended monitoring tape from the dock when they left. Ugh. See? Told you he was one of those distillery guys. I guess you were right. Those other guys came to pick him up for work, maybe? I don't like how they all hang out together. It's creepy. We hang out together and work together. Yeah, but it's not... They're like more than coworkers. I don't know. I just get this awful feeling whenever I see them. Like, I knew them once, but not anymore. Like, when they make up a dead person to look like an old photograph of themselves. Sort of familiar, sort of strange. Yeah, exactly. There ought to be a word for that. Bye, Kitty. They look like nice enough people. I'm sure she's very happy with them. Yeah. So, this has been a bit of a memory trip for you, huh? I bet you didn't expect these old tapes to stir up so much. How does it feel for these people to come up again? Weaver Marquez and Wise Will, and what was your boyfriend's name? The one who died in college? Oh. Charlie. Yeah, it's kind of a bittersweet experience, actually. Like looking at photographs of people who died or moved away. People that are gone. Gone, but, not forgotten. No, not forgotten. You're right. Look at those easels and tables on the beach over there. They call it an open-air gallery, or probably something more upscale, like al fresco galleries. They say it's popular design in foreign cities, like Paris and New York. That may be true. The appeal is clear enough, I guess. Anyone can wander in and out. There aren't any walls or doors. There's no roof either. Just a kind of thin cloth membrane. Not quite a sheet or tarp, but more like a drape of rolled out spiderweb, looking like it might bunch up and dissolve if it ever got rained on. No concern down here for rain. Everybody thinks they're inside just because they can't see the sky, but it's a microclimate down here, and it surely does rain. Right now, they're exhibiting some intimate photographs of small town life. The pictures all sort of run together. After looking at them all in a row, it's hard to come away with any specific memories of people or faces. You just get kind of a fuzzy afterimage, the warm residue of a community, no individual meaningful except as a bit of contrast or shading. Reviews have been good. It's a popular show, probably because of its relevance. The town depicted in these photos was very recently flattened to make way for a big museum project. I had kind of forgotten how self-referential this game was. It's very delightful. Ezra helped Kate forage for mushrooms. She lit a second cigarette with the embers of the first one. She trembled, sweating a little under a heavy coat. It was warmer near the doors, but she was following directions. No smoking within 25 feet of hospital entrance. Kate gently rolls a fallen branch and plucks something white from the underside. She holds it up for Ezra to examine. Oh. Pluricebella porrigens. The common name is angel wings. Isn't that pleasant? They have a delicate, springy texture, and they're tasty, like sweet moss. Would you like a bite? Sweet moss doesn't sound very tasty to me. Personally, I like to be able to tell where my food came from by flavor alone. I like to taste my surroundings, keeps me connected to the whole thing. My mushroom hunting mentor told me it's useless to pretend to know mushrooms. They escape your erudition. The more you know about them, the less sure you feel about identifying them. She taps the cover of the small red book she's carrying. That's why I always bring my favorite guidebook. Kate points to a small mushroom growing in the dirt. Oh, here's an important one to recognize, though. Look, see the sort of greenish pallor of the cap? Amanita phthalides. That's Greek. Amanita means mushroom, and means, never mind. Can you eat it? Only once. It's deadly poisonous. Death cap. That's the common name. It's killed a lot of people, this little mushroom, including a few Roman emperors. It's a revolutionary. Even the Buddha died from eating a mushroom when he was very old. That's just what they do. Clear away old things and make room for new things. Pretty important, right? I've always thought they deserved a little more respect. Would you like to help me look for a few more? I have a sort of shopping list. Great. Look for... Actually, just grab any mushrooms that catch your eye and throw them in this bag. Let me know when you're done and we'll see what you've got. So she stood by a hot dog cart parked at the edge of the sidewalk. Oh, we're done there, I guess. Have fun. That's the second rule of mushroom hunting. The first rule is ask Kate before eating anything, okay? Ezra pokes around the base of a cypress tree. A brownish clump of mushrooms feathers out from the base of the cypress tree. A few feet above, several pale blue puffs cling to the trunk. He didn't like to play in the house. It was always too cold. It seemed to store up the cold at night, then slowly discharge it into his bones during the day when the sun bounced feebly off the windows. But he liked to play in the woods behind the house. The woods were full of deer. His dad said that the deer liked best to live on the edge of forest. Recent development in the area had created a lot of fresh edges, so they massed here and sometimes ran into the road. Ezra examines the blue puffs. He prods one of the pale orbs with a stick, and it cracks open a little, releasing a fine dust into the air. He felt like the world outside the woods had somehow slipped away while he was gone, and now there was nothing but the woods. He kept going. Ezra carefully removes a puffball and puts it in his bag. Ezra investigates a rotting stump. The stump is ringed with overlapping shelves of mushrooms striped brown, blue, gray, white. A caterpillar crawls along one of them. He didn't have any friends nearby. None of their new neighbors seemed to have children his age, so he played alone in the woods, alone except for the deer. Ezra inspects the mushrooms. It smells spicy, sweet, mild, like how Ezra had expected his father's tobacco to taste when he hastily chewed and swallowed a noxious fistful and spent the afternoon retching in secret. He heard someone calling his name. Probably his mother, but her voice didn't sound right through the trees. He kept going. Ezra tears off a piece of the mushroom and puts it in his bag. Ezra closes his eyes and listens to the water and the distant clicking of bats. Kate examines some tree roots. She spots a couple of intriguing growths along the roots of the tree, a speckled white ball and a cluster of softly glowing amber caps. The hot dog vendor tried to strike up a conversation with some immediately too personal questions. She decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he considered it part of his job, she thought, to offer his customers some kind of counsel. Maybe it was to salve his guilty conscience for selling junk food outside a hospital. Kate examines the glowing amber caps. The mushrooms are slick, sticky to the touch, like they're covered in smoldering honey. Kate cuts the bundle of mushrooms from the tree roots and puts them in her bag. Kate tries to wipe some mud off her boot. Wow, that looks like quite a haul. Let's see what you've got. And lay in the mud for a while, examining the pale upper branches of a sycamore tree, listening to the soft rumble of a faraway thunderstorm, then louder, closer, and his hair stood on end, and there was the bird. Ezra hands Kate the striped mushrooms he took from the tree stump. Oh, great! This is called a turkey tail. Delicious and good for the immune system. Ezra hands Kate the blue puffball he took from the cypress tree. A blue puffball. Interesting. I don't think I've seen this exact species before. This one's too old to be of any use anyway. Puffballs get all dried out like this as they age, until they're so delicate that it only takes the slightest agitation. Kate gently shakes the puffball. It bursts into a cloud of spores. And the wind does the rest. See, its weakness as a survival strategy, a kind of radical transformative weakness. I just found this one. Kate takes the bundle of amber caps from her bag. These ones are really cool. See how they kind of glow a little? It's not enough to find your way in the dark or anything, but still, pretty amazing. Anyway, I make a tea out of them. Pretty good for headaches. Kate puts the mushrooms back in her bag. So, you have a brother out there somewhere? Julian. He's coming to find me in the morning, after the work is done. Yep, we work pretty hard. We used to spend part of each night looking for my folks, but now we pretty much just work. But maybe that'll change now. I have some new friends. Do you have a family? I left home when I was very young. Not much older than you, actually. I bounced around jobs and shelters, and finally found my way down to the Echo River. Never looked back. I've basically been on my own since then. Well, that's not really true. Just about everyone here who sets foot aboard the mucky mammoth feels like family to me now. I guess if nobody's family, then everybody's family. These are the only trees in the whole cave? Who planted them here? Right, not many trees down here in the dark. I know these are some kind of cypress, and they were definitely planted here deliberately, by someone who... I don't know much about this place, really. It's supposed to be some kind of memorial to something? Will would know more. Sorry, it's a mystery. Ezra kicks the dirt. Months later, she came across a book on homeopathic medicine in a used bookstore and bought it. She thought it was mostly bullshit, but found the author's notes on the unpredictability of mushrooms immediately compelling. Spiritual, even. She started collecting mushrooms on hikes. Never eating them, just collecting, identifying, and discarding. Eventually, she connected with the Lexington Mycological Society and began to study in earnest the medicinal uses of a fungi. It's a mystery. I'll search for clues. She put out her cigarette, said goodbye to the hot dog vendor, and spent the rest of the afternoon listening to the doctors and trying to understand the world as they did, as a list of discrete injuries to be mended. Ezra examines a large stone monument. The monument is covered with lichen and painted text. Ezra reads the text. Rock graffiti, X+O forever. Ezra investigates a cypress tree. The tree smells spicy, oily. Ezra looks up into the branches. Some of the branches have been trimmed recently. Ezra inspects the contents of his pockets. All right, what have you got? That stone-face monument has X+O forever painted on it. Interesting. What do you think that means? Hug and kiss forever? Or they could be initials. Xavier and Olivia, forever. Xerxes and Oliver? What do you think the monument is for? I'm not sure anyone remembers. The branches on the trees are trimmed. Oh, good observation. So I guess somebody's still taking care of this place. Or just practicing their tree trimming somewhere out of the way. This is the Iron Pariah that we heard about on the phone. Abandoned ship full of cats. Well, Ezra, I can't say I know what that all adds up to. Like I said, I wish Will were here. He'd have some local history for us. We can ask him back on the boat. Kate and Ezra look at an old battleship drifting by. Oh, there it is. The Iron Pariah. Don't worry, it's just passing by. I don't know much about it, but I've heard things. Supposedly there's nobody aboard. No people, I mean, there must be something on there. Life is everywhere. Rats, insects, some kind of hardy mold. Part of it could be flooded and host to some of the eyeless fish that live in the Echo. Hey, maybe there are some mushrooms growing in there, slowly consuming military rations from over 100 years ago. I've heard it was in the Civil War. I guess they had boats full of soldiers and supplies going up and down the Ohio River, and they fought on the river, like boat to boat with cannons or something, I guess. Machine guns? I'm no military historian, as you can probably tell. Anyway, I guess this one just got lost, and somehow ended up all the way down here. Maybe it slipped into a cave up north, and they're all connected underground. There's another version of the story where it didn't get lost. It was full of deserters. They came down here to hide. Maybe that's why it's a pariah. More mysteries. They do pile up over time as people forget the details. Thanks for taking me mushroom picking. Mushroom hunting. As you can pick apples because they're right out there in the open. Mushrooms high. You have to hunt for them. Ezra's parents shook him awake. They seemed alarmed, but not immediately concerned. They led him back to the house, past the house, into the car. Dad said they were going to stay at the bus station for a while, the one with the little arcade, with the card game he liked. Dad watched him closely in the rearview mirror, expecting Ezra to be excited or confused or scared, but he didn't feel anything. He hardly seemed to hear. In fact, he felt like he was observing the family car from a distance, from far above, from the clouds. Is the Echo the name of the river? Mm-hmm. Yep. See that rough circle of rocky protrusions near the shore? It's more intricate than it looks. More than 2/3 of it is actually underwater. I haven't seen it myself, but listen to this. It's man-made, and the rocks weren't placed according to their size, so what's visible is more or less a uniformly random selection of the overall shape. It looks like it might be a spiral, all told, or maybe some kind of meditative labyrinth. At the head of it is a petrified oak stump that was moved here from above ground, of course, decades ago. That's where the ceremony took place. The Lock-Lucks were married here. Many frail-tongued observers said they should just go with lock or luck, or split the difference with look, or even lick, or really anything, but it was never going to happen. Marge Luck and Errol Locke met in prison. She was a volunteer teaching conflict mediation skills to guards, and he was employed at the side gate accepting deliveries and greeting visitors. Neither of them once saw a prisoner. Their engagement was welcome news for the family businesses, who had been looking for some opportunity to merge interests. They were the Locks of Lock Large Animal Storage and the Lucks of the Luck Family Nut Company. Surely, someone in some branch of those two great trees had elephant husbandry on the brain. This is all speculation. The ceremony itself was humble and perfunctory, and it must have somehow involved these rocks. Maybe they walked around them in a spiral, like a symbol of their ever-tightening bond. And it must have also involved that petrified stump. Neither family is particularly religious, but rumors persist that the officiant wore a robe. Emily says, very good river name. Yeah. Echo River Central Exchange. Thanks again for your help. This is about as far as the tugboat can go. You know, noise and lights disturb the bats. I usually send Will, but I thought you'd like the chance to meet Dashiell. He's the guy who worked at the TV station, WEVP. So, you'll pass through that sanctuary, which is really nice, by the way. Be sure to check out all the plaques and stuff for, cool bat facts. Plenty of time. Anyway, the Echo River Central Exchange, or excuse me, Consolidated Auxiliary Switch number 30. They changed the name when the power company took over. Anyway, it's just on the other side of the bat sanctuary. This package is going to Poppy. She's an operator. The operator. We'll meet you on the other side at Sam and Ida's for our scheduled early breakfast stop. Just follow the river. Can't miss it. Oh, I almost forgot. You may or may not be interested. There's this kind of weird memorial sculpture on your way in, just before the bat sanctuary. I always recommend people at least stop and take a look at it. It's really sort of... I don't know how to say it. You should check it out. Okay, bye. We claim these helmets in the names of the folks who wore them, and we place them here in their memory, but also as a spit in the greedy green eye of the power company who bought up our old mine and traded our brothers' and sisters' safety for a little more yield, but only yielded 28 good men and women dead when the walls collapsed and the tunnels filled with water. Their lungs were black, but now they're washed clean and full of water too, and swept through hidden tunnels into some awful cave we will never find, and so we guess the water buried them for us, so let this here be the marker for their grave. And if any son of a bitch from that power company wants to take back these helmets as company property, just you try it and see what will happen. Hey, Elkhorn, that's the mine we met in, where your folks, worked. Looks like it's been here a while. I sure as hell wouldn't mess with it. You think whoever wrote it's still that angry? I don't think you ever forget anger like that. No, I guess you probably don't. This probably stirs up, how do you... It's fine. I'm glad this is here. People should remember this happened. Well, here we are, remembering. And I didn't even know it the first time around, but here I am remembering it now. That's a fine memorial, I guess. Oh shit, I hadn't noticed Conway's arm. What? You're looking at me like I'm crazy. Are you feeling okay? Oh, sure. It doesn't hurt anymore, my leg. It's just kind of numb, like it's not there. My shoulder too, actually. That's an old one, though, from an accident. I'm lucky I just had some nerve damage there. It probably should have been a lot worse. You know, those guys from the distillery are just making the best of a bad situation, just like the rest of us. Hey, one of them said to me earlier that they could even help me take care of the medical bills for my leg, you know? Get it all together on a plan. Consolidated. What? When did you talk to them about that? Oh, they're around. They're pretty much everywhere you look, on the river. You really haven't noticed? Anyway, I have a feeling it'll all work out. Even this delivery? Yeah, we're almost there, right? Hell, at this point I bet we could just take off the parking brake and that truck would roll into 5 Dogwood Drive by itself. Listen, that old truck I've been driving belonged to my boss, Ira. Lysette's husband. To be honest, Ira didn't like me very much, but somehow Lyse got it into her head that he would have wanted me to have that truck someday. Maybe to make up for all the yelling he did. Or maybe so his ghost could hold it over me. Just one more thing to feel like I owed him for. Anyway, they got their own trucks at the distillery, and now that the antique shop is closing up, I've got no use for that old truck. I was thinking you could take it. Sure, I could keep an eye on it for you until you get straightened out. Sure. Okay. Sounds good. Visitors to the Echo River American Black Bat Artificial Hibernaculum and Sanctuary. Hibernaculum, goddamn. What a word. The American Black Bat Artificial Hibernaculum and Sanctuary are asked to take extra precautions in order to prevent the introduction of foreign fungal contaminants and the spread of white nose syndrome. Please do not visit the sanctuary during the same day in which you visited any cave known to be suspected to host bats infected with white nose syndrome. Please do not leave your vehicle. If you must leave your vehicle, please remove shoes, clothes, jewelry, headwear, and eyeglasses to ensure you do not bring any foreign spores ashore with you. Please do not touch any bats or structures. The American black bat is confused by light. If you are using a lantern or other artificial light source, be aware that it may attract and confuse bats. If you are approached by bats, do not panic. Relax. Stop your vehicle and switch off your light. Never touch a bat. Bat fact. Ever talk with your mouth full? Bats do it all the time. Bats talk in extremely high-frequency clicks, too high for humans to hear. Then they use their powerful ears to scan for the echoes of those ultrasonic clicks. By comparing very subtle differences in the time these echoes take to come back, differences of just millionths of a second, bats are able to picture their environment with enough accuracy to catch a flying insect. Once a bat has caught an insect in its mouth, it's still flying, and so it still needs to avoid running into anything. So bats keep clicking away, even when they munch on a tasty bug snack. It may be poor table manners, but it's crucial for surviving in the dark. I wonder how the other bats know one of them is really talking, or just chasing a bug. Sometimes it's hard to know with people, too. Oh, yeah, like, how about this weather? I guess there are layers to it, right? Sometimes you just need to get the other person talking so you can check their body language or hear what their voice sounds like. Find out if they're friendly or angry or drunk. Emma says, time to touch some bats. No, Emma, we're not touching any bats. Emily says, bat fact. Emma says, time to touch every bat. No! Bat fact. The American black bat's natural diet mostly consists of moths and other small insects that breed along the river. Here at the artificial hibernaculum and sanctuary, we use a combination of chemical snares and ultrasonic wards to repel all potentially contaminant-bearing insects and replace them with our own locally bred and spawned hypoallergenic antiseptic pseudomoths, which we called little gray nothing moth. You may be thinking that the other moths and insects the American black bat would have been eating are very much relieved that their natural predator has found another food source. Not so! We've installed a netting and highly effective moth traps along the river where the American black bat normally hunts to balance their escape from the food chain. But eating moths isn't the only systemic contribution these bats make. They also produce a potent fertilizer in the form of guano that helps plant life thrive along the Echo River, the shore of the Lake Lethe. In order to minimize the sanctuary's impact on subterranean agriculture, we collect that precious guano here at the hibernaculum and manually distribute throughout the caves. It's a full-time job. Sounds like a lot of work. They eat fake moths? Yeah, hypoallergenic antiseptic pseudomoths, the little gray nothing moth. Well, a lot of people eat fake food, right? Food taken apart and then put back together so it looks and tastes like something they remember eating before, even if they never really did. It kind of bothers me. Like, they're tricking the bats? Yeah, in this case, I think it's about survival. I mean, if that's the bottom line, what's the difference? Like the folks in the mine. You said they used to buy stuff. Fans, canaries, and all those little trinkets to make it bearable. There's still a lot of stuff down there. It feels cluttered but human. I just mean, all people need is enough to pretend we're home, and we can make it anywhere. You get kind of philosophical when you're drinking. Did anyone ever tell you that? Yeah, I guess I do. Emma says, I'm gonna touch the bats. No! Nah, this is nothing. I used to have this drinking buddy who would get loaded and tell the weirdest damn riddles. Like, which is more musical? A truck passing by a factory or a truck passing by a music school? Ha! Count your blessings. Damn, it's really dark down here. Are you still there? Shannon touches Conway's shoulder. Oh, there you are. I hope that's you. I was just thinking about my ma. I guess because we were talking about your folks a minute ago. To be honest with you, I don't think about her that often. Your cousin brought her up earlier, and she's just been on my mind. It's good your folks have a memorial. A lot of people, nobody remembers them when they're gone. You mean, like your ma? Oh, no. She would have hated that. I don't know what I mean. White nose syndrome is still largely a mystery. We suspect that the white fungal growth which appears on bats' faces and wings irritates and confuses them, causing them to awaken earlier from hibernation and venture outside, depleting stored energy they need to survive through winter. But biologists are nowhere near curing the disease. It spreads quickly and it is highly fatal. In this way, white nose syndrome has drawn some comparisons to colony collapse disorder as suffered by bees. White nose syndrome and colony collapse disorder are sudden, violent, and mysterious. Will honeybees and the American black bats be two more lost species, wiped out in a geological blink and forgotten to natural history? It's possible that a cure won't be identified in time, so the sanctity of this artificial hibernaculum is our best bet of preserving them, our best hope of preserving them. As you leave the Echo River American Black Bat Hibernaculum and Sanctuary, please make sure your vehicle and clothing are free of hitchhikers. The power lines off to the side are really... Emily says, "Goodbye, bats." Careful up there. Can't drive your new truck if you slip and break your legs. You too. Try not to make any more bad deals while I'm gone. Huh. I'll just be floating down here. I just mean keep your eyes open. And don't look back. Oh, hi. I remember you. What are you doing down here? I'm just exploring. I like dark underground places. I'm a romantic. Really? What does that mean to you? It means I like poems and rivers and mysteries. Okay, bye. Could be bypassed with another capacitor at 100 nanofarads to reduce noise. Are you Dashiell Morse? Oh. Oh no, this is a much more shaded answer. If your circuit's too noisy, you should tie those floating pins to the ground. Huh. That's a pretty good idea. They're probably picking up all kinds of radio interference. Dashiell Morse, pleased to meet you. We don't install this type of phone for customers anymore, but there are quite a few of them still in circulation. Anyway, the new system doesn't source enough current to ring those old bells, so I'm trying to come up with a workaround. Maybe a little box the customer could attach right before the wall jack. So you do still work here. On the tugboat, they weren't totally sure. Oh, well, yeah, I'm here just about every night. Is this your first time down here? Yes, I can tell. Your eyes can't quite adjust to the light. It takes some practice. Believe it or not, I've been coming here since I was a kid, for one reason or the next. Back then, this place was a train station. It's true. They had bats then too, but they were considered a nuisance. A train station? What happened to it? Well, the river shifted and this place slowly filled up with water, carrying the trains away with the current. It does that, the river, and I don't begrudge it. It's a good reminder that everything we have is borrowed, even trains. Eventually, someone at the Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces heard this place was still empty, so they moved the phone company in here. I returned here as a young lineman, a skill I picked up in wartime, running telephone wires behind enemy lines. We used trees instead of poles. I missed that, actually. They were easier to climb. It's just as well. I'm in no shape to be climbing anything these days. The closest I get is patching up the wiring in the crystal room for the WEVP folks. Emma says, except for the ones we're taking with us on our vehicles and clothes. Did you know a girl named Weaver? Sure, Weaver Marquez. That's funny, I was just thinking about her. Yeah, I met her a couple times at the TV station. I suppose I didn't know her too well. She handled the archives and I was helping with wiring and stuff. She really seemed to know her way around all that gear, though. She had a head for signals, I think. No idea where she ended up. I would guess she's probably not too popular around the station anymore, but I always liked her. Listen, miss, if you're interested in WEVP, you should go talk to them directly. They're always looking for volunteers. Take the ferry over to the silo. There's a mail stop there. They don't have a sign or anything, just ask around. I guess I'll get back to the damn old ringer. Poppy's just a little further down if you're dropping off that package. Nice chatting with you. Plaque. Abel and Eloise, the lovers' couriers. Bred for racing, Abel and Eloise spent most of their lives as carrier pigeons in the employ of the Echo River Avian Post. They retired here after Abel was disfigured in an accident with a light aircraft. But old habits were hard to die. Abel and Eloise would pick up scraps of paper from the ground, the trash, even pull them out of pockets and deliver them to other people nearby, to delight or embarrassment. Oh. Word spread, and travelers passing through this tunnel began to come prepared with love letters, poems, and other written desires to pass along indirectly through these pigeons. After a hard day's work, Abel and Eloise would always be found nestled closely together in a disused newspaper stand set aside for their habitation, and that's where we've left them. That's really sweet. Just set it right over there by the lamp, sweetie. Thanks. Actually, just a minute. Who does that parcel claim to be from? That's weird. There's no label on it. Well, if we're lucky, it's chocolates from a secret admirer and not a snake from an assassin. So, who are you? Do you work for the post office? Or the tugboat? I only ask because I haven't seen you before. Was that you I heard chatting down the hall? I'm just doing Kate a favor, dropping off this package. Kate! I love Kate! She helped deliver both my nieces, one in a hospital and one at the base of a mossy, moonlit oak. It was beautiful. I love Kate. I think Loretta's granddaughter used her too. Oh, Loretta used to work here. Actually, I think quite a few of our former operators have relied on at some time on Kate's services. Well, now I guess they'll have more time with their little ones. As you can see, all their chairs are empty. It wasn't always like this. When I came to work here at the Echo River Central Exchange, there were 12 of us. Loretta, Edna, Meg, Kara, Marie, Lois, Liz, Hester, Angie, Wilma, Connie. I was number 12. Connie and I were hired on the same day, but she showed up early. Marie finished college, and Hester was fired for snapping at a rude caller, but he had it coming, and I hear she did just fine on her own. So they hired Beryl, Jana, and Sachiko, which brought us up to 13, and there were as many operators as we ever had at one time. The power company came along, buying up all the lines, and one day they took the exchange as a throw-in, like it was nothing. Nothing. And they started phasing us out. Edna, Meg, Kara, and Lois left one Friday evening and were asked not to come back on Monday morning. Beryl saw the writing on the wall and quickly found employment at a private PBX. They had Jana and Liz stop routing calls and write up some kind of best practices document instead. It was their final task as exchange employees. Some of the girls were reassigned to other divisions. Connie, I think, was checking out residential meters. Sachiko and Wilma were moved into to energy sales, cold calling businesses to see if they needed to upgrade their electricity plan. At least they were still on the phone. Then it was just Loretta, Angie, and me. We were swamped. The hours were hell and hard on the throat. The voice with a smile became a croak. I was gargling warm salt water in the break room, sipping from a thermos full of hot honey broth stashed under my chair. Oh, I brought a lot of extended technique to the switchboard in those days. Sounded pretty good to me. He's got the voltage too high. He'll burn out the relay. So, where was I? Extended switchboard technique? Oh, it was all about timing your breath. Some girls got lightheaded doing too many calls in a row with that upbeat dynamic inflection they made us use to keep everything intelligible. It was very physical. So, after a few months, it was just me. A new automation strategy was announced, and this place was rechristened Consolidated Auxiliary Switch Number 30. Are you lonely? Sure. This place feels different when it's empty. Cold to the touch. And you know, it really is all about touch here. Sound is a vibration, a touch you feel in your ear. So my voice is my touch. When we're talking, we're touching, even on the phone. That's an electric touch, an intimate little shock that makes your tiny hairs tremble. But that's not even what I mean when I say it's all about touch here. When the power company first tried automating this old exchange with fancy new transistor arrays, the switchboard caught fire. It was just too much, too fast. So they tried using some clunky old mechanical relays, but then the calls were getting mismatched and out of sync. It was a nightmare. Their technicians determined that the phone system down here had been designed ad hoc over decades around the specific tempo of its human operators. So, short of replacing the whole thing, not to mention all the wiring, they'd have to work out the exact timing of every little human gesture that goes into routing a phone call. And that, officially, is my role here. I run the switchboard for the whole exchange, once the work of 12, I'd like to remind you. They have some kind of machine somewhere that tracks how long it takes me to do each little thing. The caller never hears my voice now. They dial, my little indicator light switch on, and I make the connection. Do you miss talking to callers? You know, that's something that bothers me about the process, besides the fact that I'm training my replacement, who isn't even human. Here's what I mean. How long do you think it should take to time my every move and recreate the timing in an automated switchboard? Rough estimate. At least a month. That's what I said, but this has been going on for over a year, and a very dark thought has started to nag at me. What if there is no cheap machine that's going to replace me? What if it's cheaper to just keep me here, filling in for the rhythms of the operators? What if I'm the cheap machine? You're not a machine. Nice of you to notice. I mourn the Echo River Central Exchange, and I'll carry a torch for the voice with a smile, but at least I'm keeping some part of it human, right? Even if it's not the best part. Oh, the parcel. Right, over there by the lamp is fine. Thanks for dropping it off. Take care. Think of me when you dial 0. Conway. Yeah. She returned on the dinghy, alone. She had a strong and sudden urge to shut the motor off and let the current take her, but she couldn't work out where that impulse came from, so she did her best to resist it. She met a painter of shipwrecks. He never worked from photographs, so his paintings could be divided into 2 categories. There were the ones he painted from life, and the Echo River was a very good source for those because its currents were so unpredictable and the tunnels so dark. He rendered these in oil paint by lamplight, working for hours cross-legged on the porch of his houseboat/studio. Then there were the ones he painted from memory, mostly the memory of a single wreck he encountered as a much younger man, picking up litter where the coastal highway cleaves to the rocky beaches of Northern California. Those were done in watercolor. He preferred to work on them in the morning, in a room he rented near the airport in Louisville. He had some postcard-sized sketches in charcoal, too, of the Iron Pariah. It wasn't a wreck exactly, but it felt right. He tried to scribble one down every time he encountered it, though it was so unpredictable, and he was so focused on details, he usually just ended up with a handful of inscrutable marks. She met a guitar player pedaling a floating bicycle with his dog in tow. He said they took turns. The water was cold, and the floating bicycle, while technically marvelous, wasn't quite buoyant enough for the both of them. Swimming is hard work, the hardest work the dog had ever done, he expected. They'd been traveling this way for most of the night, struggling through the icy water, stopping to recover when they could find a rock large enough to start a small campfire. He had his belongings stuffed into a weathered guitar case on the end of a thin rope. It floated pretty well, so he only had to keep an eye on it and occasionally free it from a rock or some driftwood it was caught on. She invited him to ride a ways on the dinghy. He appreciated the offer, but they weren't in a hurry. She met a family of 5 on a flat-bottomed skiff. The boat was loaded to capacity with black plastic bags and a few larger pieces of furniture wrapped in blue tarp. 3 paddled, the 2 adults and the older child. The 2 younger children slept. They'd been traveling all night, first by car and then for the last few hours by boat. Hungry and tired, they didn't plan to stop until they reached West Virginia, where a relative had offered to take them in. But the adults were happy to take a break from paddling in weary silence. They asked her about her river journey. She told them about the memorial. They were sympathetic. No minors in their family, but he was once injured at a warehouse job and had to fight for a disability pay. They knew what those companies were like, and what it was like to have to assert your humanity to them. They wished her well and paddled on toward West Virginia. She gave in, shut off the motor, and floated for a while. Then, she knew what she'd been craving. A moment of silence. Sam and Ida's. Just in time. We've already finished eating, but we're about to place a to-go order for Clara. She's back on board getting ready for her show. Take a look at the menu. I'm sure there's something you'll like. Ida's a bit of a local celebrity. For her cooking, I mean. Hey, Ezra was just asking about you. He's around the corner playing a video game. Maybe you can let him know you two are back? Or, where's the old man anyway? Ah, bad luck. You'll get it next time. Hey, got a quarter? He's almost got this. It's true. Don't waste your time. Those machines are rigged. Oh, definitely. They're still fun, though. Fine. Here's a quarter. It's my only one, so make it count. Thank you. So, where's... They took him. Damn. Yeah. He really got himself in a situation there. Yeah. I'm gonna go sit down. Cool. The food is good here. I think everyone else is finishing up, but you could probably get something to go. All right, Claw Maestro, let's give it another shot. So, let's see what's on top of the pile here. There's a stuffed octopus, a plastic bag full of clamshells, a cowboy hat, and some big headphones. That octopus has a leg wrapped around the boombox underneath it. The shells are pretty clear, but I don't know if the claw can really grip the bag well. The cowboy hat is in the corner, so it's kind of tricky to tell if it's wedged in or not. These headphones might be a good bet, but I can't see the cord. It could be wrapped around something. What are you gonna try for? I want the cowboy hat. Sounds good. I hope we can get the claw back far enough to get a grip on it. Okay, when I put this quarter in, you'll have about 8 seconds to grab your prize. The hat is in the back right corner. Let me know if you need help lining it up. I've got a slightly different view of the field from up here. Ready? Here we go. Johnny inserts the coin and the machine awakens. Timer, 8. The claw hovers in the front left corner of the machine. Ezra pushes the joystick up. Timer, 7. The claw hovers halfway along the left wall of the machine. Ezra pushes the joystick right. Timer, 6. The claw hovers in the center of the machine. Ezra pushes the joystick up. Timer, 5. The claw hovers halfway along the back wall of the machine. Ezra pushes the joystick right. Timer, 4. The claw hovers in the back right corner of the machine. Does this look right? Yeah, looks good to me. Go for it. Timer, 3. Ezra pushes the button to drop the claw. The claw drops. It grabs the hat. The claw is only able to get a hold of the brim. It's not strong enough grip to pull the hat out of the machine. Sorry, kid. The hat would have looked good on you, too, but I guess it's just too far back in that corner. Hey, listen, it sounds like that old man you were following around, I guess he had to leave. I should go with him. Oh, no, that's not a good idea. It's not a place for kids where he's headed. Anyway, I don't know what kind of plans you have now, but if you need help figuring out your next move, you can always talk to me and Miss Junebug. I just wanted to make sure you know that. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Me neither. You're in good company. Hey, maybe we still have time to poke around this place a little. They have some pretty wild stuff in here. I totally missed on my previous playthroughs that Johnny and Junebug were robots, which I don't know how I missed that, but I sure did. Hey, did you see this? They keep a table full of fake food over here. I've never known why. Actually, I think it might be real food coated with shellac or something. Preserved. Oh, and look, this tentacle-looking thing is half eaten. This is someone's meal they didn't finish? I dare you to take a bite. Haha, you first. Okay. Whoa, hold on. I'm just kidding. If Sam and Ida preserved this half-eaten meal, it must have been pretty important to them, right? Maybe it belonged to someone they care about, like a beloved uncle who had a mid-meal stroke, so they kept it in his memory. Yeah, like these sunflower seeds my folks left behind. Oh, I'm sure your folks are fine though. Are you worried about them? Emma, are you OMGing that I didn't realize that they were robots? I didn't have the conversation that Junebug had in the graveyard with Ezra about where they come from. I did not have that conversation the first time around. No, they're gone. There's nothing to worry about. I just miss them. Okay, well, I don't know what the deal is with this table, but sometimes people do weird stuff because they miss someone. Weird. Somehow I thought it was his truck, in delivery and all. It was. That's what she's saying. But he gave it to her before they took him away. But you're gonna deliver it anyway? Why? He's my friend. He needs my help to finish his job. That's right. He's our friend too. Johnny and I will help you unload when we get there. Lift with your legs, Cricket. Yes, ma'am. So, how was everything? How was the sweet cave snail? Devastating. You're a killer, Ida. Well, I can't take all the credit. Sam came across a whole cave snail colony down there about a year back, and we've been leaving rock candy for them to gorge on since. We just started harvesting earlier this month. Yes, it's all about patience down here. Everything grows more slowly in the dark. There's a fish in Lake Letha that lives to 200 years, and its flavor profile only develops at about 75. I've got a pot of bones in there that's been stewing for at least a week. I don't even remember why I put them on. Come to think of it, I don't even remember what kind of bones they are. Oh, we need one for the road. Clara said she wanted, something primordial, she said? What does that mean? Kate reviews the menu. I think she meant something from very deep in the lake. Ah, could be. Hands Shannon the menu. Here, you pick. I'm no good at this. Shannon inspects the menu. Let's go with... Aged blind cave fish and small salad. Good choice. Your friend will love it. I'll have that right out, sweetie. Ezra leans over the table and carefully examines the preserved food and drink. He gently compresses a pea-sized eyeball on a plate. The eye is hard, like glass. Oh, you like candied fish eye? Most kids are repulsed just looking at them, which is a shame because they're really delicious. I have a bowl of them in the kitchen. I'll bring some out. Sorry I startled you, sweetie. Whose food is this? This is the diver's table, and this was the diver's meal. The food is about 15 years old. It's true. Things were very different then. Nobody came to eat here. We were fighting just to keep the lights on. Sam, my husband Sam, was depressed. He couldn't catch anything. That was part of the problem. Most of what we served was shipped in, frozen or dried, and I just threw it in the fryer. We've both come a long way since then. Well, 2 young men came in for dinner. Seasoned divers, they said, over 10,000 hours between them in Lake Letha alone. They'd been out all day, salvaging parts from a riverboat wreck, and had worked up a fierce hunger, they said. They ordered the whole menu without even looking. It was a short menu in those days. I sat them right there and went back to the kitchen. Sam was at the next table doing Sudoku and drinking malt liquor, his usual routine at the time. An hour later, I was cleaning up when Sam came bursting into the kitchen. "Ida," he said, kind of frantic, "these divers are still hungry. Bring them another course." And I said, "They already ordered the whole menu." Sam said, "Make something new. Keep making up dishes. Whatever. Just keep bringing out food." So I did, until the small hours of the morning. I made up so many new dishes that night I could write a book. And it was so good. Inspired. But I was working so hot and fast at the burning edge of inspiration, I didn't think to write any of it down. And I was so wrecked with exhaustion the next day, I knew I couldn't remember what all I'd done in the kitchen. Sam thought we could take a photograph of the leftovers, but we couldn't get the lighting right, so we just shellacked the whole table. Now, when I need inspiration for the menu, I come out and look here and think about all those ingenious dishes I threw together for those divers. Of course, they didn't pay their full bill. I heard one of them complaining to the other, "Let's just pay half and let them charge the other half to whatever demon in the kitchen kept making up food faster than we could ask for it." But it all worked out. Things have really turned around here since then. This place is actually pretty popular now. The success in our expanded menu inspired Sam too. He started bringing back the most magnificent ingredients from his nightly dives. I better get to work. Stay right here, sweetie, and I'll bring you a treat on my way back out. Well, buddy, I guess you're the catch of the day. The one and only. Ha ha. So, what are you? You look like, well, some kind of fish, I guess. Kind of a mopey little guy, huh? Yeah, I can see it in your eyes. You smell like, sort of buttery. Well, that should be just fine. Skin feels like sandpaper. Huh. Well, she'll figure something out. I think I'll call you Buttery Fish. Welcome to Sam and Ida's, the one and only Buttery Fish. I hope you enjoy your stay. I mean, not too much. Have you ever seen a creature like me before? You were pretty far down there. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm the first. Except there were 2 divers who went before me. Long ago. Maybe that was before your time. How old are you anyway, I wonder? They ate here once, back in the bad old days. 2 young guys. Could have been brothers, maybe. I was over in the corner with my coffee and crossword. Interesting. And I hadn't been able to catch a thing, so Ida just fried up something from Frozen. Well, those guys were hungry enough to eat it and ask for more, and they did at least as much talking as eating. See, like I said, they were divers, and like I said, they might have been brothers. They had a kind of rivalry between them going between them or something. Ida was about to write up their check, but I slipped calmly and quietly into the kitchen for a minute and told her to just keep bringing out food. I figured they wouldn't notice, caught up in their boasting as they were, and I wanted to listen. They went back and forth for hours about all the deep and dangerous dives they'd been on, new tunnels they'd discovered, all the weird creatures they'd encountered at the weirdest depths of Lake Letha. And it was all like a dance. No, like a boxing match. Each story went deeper than the last. And I listened to every word of it, memorized every description of every tunnel and diving route they discovered. That's my map now. You see, for 15 years I've been using routes that those two young divers discussed right there at that table. Yeah, I could write a guidebook to the depths of this lake, but I don't dare. Someone would steal my good diving spots, and then where would we be? See, people come here from all over just to try our daily catch because they know it's unique. Ain't you proud? Since I can't write any of it down, I just preserve that table where they had their meal so I can look at it to jog my memory. Like they were eating pickled crab when they talked about the shipwreck full of salamanders. Pretty clever, huh? It's my own secret code. Well, I'll be straight with you, buttery fish. There is one feature of this arrangement that I find unsettling. In fact, I lose a decent amount of sleep over it. I told you that the boys were competing, right? One-upping each other, I mean? Each getting wilder and more adventurous as they traded tales. Well, I navigate mostly in the dark down there, just going by touch and a kind of mental picture that I can construct from their detailed boasts. And every time I explore a new diving spot from these recollections, I have to weigh it all against the risk that I'm headed right into a dangerous falsehood. One of those men could have felt for a moment like he was losing some ground in their little duel, so he could have slipped a fake one in there. Maybe they told a fib about some dive he went on and found a colony of blind shrimp living in a discarded refrigerator. And when I get down there, my diving bell cracks open on a sharp rock where he said that fridge would be, and that's the end of Sam and Ida's. To be honest, that possibility puts the fear of death in me every time I touch water. Emily says, I wonder which was the duelist and which was the dancer. Hey, Sam, good haul tonight? Well, we'll see what she can make of it. Yeah, pretty good, I think. I had some trouble down by the narrow tunnel. Some kind of fast-growing freshwater barnacles just about sealed it up. I picked away for half an hour before I gave up and went around the other way. But I got the catch of the day. That's the important part. That's what people travel for. What's the catch today? This here's a buttery fish. Mopey, sandpapery old fish. I don't know how she'll fix him, but that sandpapery quality ought to do something for, what do they call it? Mouthfeel? Will you stay for a drink? I've got a dark rum that goes well with coffee. I think we're about to leave, but thanks. Just passing through? Hey, aren't we all? Oh, she's got your food ready. You all enjoy your meal now.
This world is not my home. I'm just passing through. My treasures and my hopes are placed beyond the blue. Many friends and kin have gone on before, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore. Oh Lord, you know I have no friend like you. If heaven's not my home, oh Lord, what will I do? Angels beckon me to heaven's open door, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore. I have a loving mother up in glory land, and I don't expect to stop until I shake her hand. She's waiting now for me in heaven's open door, and I can't feel at home in my home. Oh Lord, what will I do? Angels beckon me to heaven's open door, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore.
See that? Just looks like a swirling mess of garbage, doesn't it? Well, that's what it is. I don't know why trash seems to collect right there, of all the spots in the lake. It's always been that way. Everyone just navigates around it like it was an island or something. I think I can see some desks and chairs swirling around the edge there. Those all-in-one desks, like they have in schools, if I remember right. It's been a few years since I saw the inside of one. Those must have washed down from somewhere. I've never known there to be a school on the lake. Oh, there was a Gemini School of Beauty. It was run by sisters, Cassie and Paula, and distinguishable except for their haircuts. But I don't think they would have used desks like that. We used to stop there every night to let someone off for a cheap haircut. Student stylists, you know. They spared many a sailor the pain of a botched do-it-yourself do. But I guess they got in deep to the power company. Those blow dryers and curling irons burn a lot of coal. It's a shame they had to close down. The haircuts are gone, but the hair keeps growing. Yeah, this cluttered place makes a decent local museum. It's as good as a history as I could ever tell. We arrived at a small houseboat neighborhood that sometimes hosted concerts for the pleasure of its residents, where Clara was scheduled that night to perform. Junebug and Johnny watched the show from the dockyard with the others. Oh. I remember this. I told you. Yeah, you don't have to say it. Only because it's always true. She played at the flower shop. Cyrano opened. He was having trouble with his tape machine, so he just drowned out on the lap steel. He got really into it, and he went on for forever. Everyone was falling asleep. Not everyone. I remembered the air was warm, perfumed. You were playing with some petals you found on the floor, and I was looking at the ceiling. I remember the ceiling was glass. During the week, that room was a greenhouse. I don't know where they put all the plants when they had bands in. Maybe outside if the weather was nice. It was nice that night. Warm. Smelled like spring. I remember the folding chairs. So uncomfortable, but I guess it was their only option. They had to pack everything up during the week so there'd be room to display the flowers. Wow, look at Ezra. He's wrapped. Haha. Yeah, he's really into it. So, we were talking about him earlier at the gas station. Sure, I haven't forgotten, Cricket. Cool. Yeah, I know. What do you think about Ezra traveling with us for a while? We were in the back, passing messages in code. We used a code of our own design, inscrutable to observers, transmitted by taps on the wrist. You told me a joke. It was the one about prisoners exchanging dirty moonshine recipes. I told you the one about the 3 bears in the outhouse. Then you told me the one about the dentist with the rude prosthetic. We had to leave the room. If I sound hesitant or something, it's just... When we met, we were nothing. Just these little gray shadows. And we grew and filled in, and we did all that together. Ezra, sure, he's just a kid, but he's already a person. What would that do to our system? Our chemistry? We stepped outside into the warm night air. There was a horse tied up in the parking lot. You wanted to find him some food. We wandered around between some low houses and came out onto an empty street. Hey, I got the masters back from the new record from Laser. They're okay, but What? You listened to them without me? You were at the pet shop. I didn't think I could tear you free. Oh, okay. Anyway, there are a few spots where the strings distorted a little, and the whole thing has way too much reverb, but overall, it sounds pretty good. The new drum machine fits right into the mix. Nice. The only question is how to do it live. I can't control the drum machine and sing and dance at the same time, and you've got your hands full of guitar. There was a playground across the street. We sat on a bench. I put my head on your shoulder, and we heard soft music from a car radio, but couldn't see the car. It must have been around the corner or down an alley or something. You tapped your foot and hummed. I made up lyrics, but didn't say them out loud. We got back to the greenhouse just as Clara was tuning up. She relaxed her shoulders, took a deep breath, raised both hands into their precise positions, and the room started shaking. Clara hit a note that made the glass rattle in sympathy, a perfect 2 octaves lower. She looked like a sorceress, tearing down the building with an effortless wave and incredible focus, coaxing the empty air into some kind of moaning, rattling demon. That's the thing about the theremin. It's the only instrument you never touch. You could see a wave of concern propagating through the greenhouse. People looking up at the trembling glass ceiling, looking at each other to see if anyone else was worried, trying to catch Clara's eye and discern if she was doing it on purpose or not, if she were really trying to bury us all in glass. I'm just saying, maybe we could use a 3rd pair of hands up there. Oh. Think you could teach that kid to play a drum machine? Ma'am, I could teach a dog to play a drum machine. Well, that'll be our backup plan. It was a tense 5 minutes. We, the audience, alternated between fearing for our lives and lamenting hers that could have given the kind of emotional experience to play this devastating song. Then slowly, gently, Clara's hands came to rest. The theremin went quiet, the glass stopped rattling, and the room relaxed, unharmed. I met a photographer once. I mean, one in particular. She even took my portrait. I can't imagine why. She said it would immortalize me. That was a metaphor, of course. She meant I'd never be forgotten. As she was disembarking, Not far from here, actually. The film fell out of her bag and was borne away by the currents. I was working on the dock at the time. She shot me a sad, apologetic glance, but I wasn't bothered. It's no shame to be forgotten. Silo of Late Reflections. What's this place like? Dogwood Drive. It's in a small town, or... I really don't know. I've got the manifest the old man in his truck here. Lysette's Antiques. Mail order delivery. No return address. Shipping address 5 Dogwood Drive. Packing list. And then it's just numbers. I guess the inventory numbers of the antiques he's supposed to be delivering. Anyway, I'm glad you're coming with us. Yeah, I was always eager to see more of the country, and I enjoy the company. I'll have to find a bus or a train to get on to Nashville by evening. Well, they have buses everywhere, right? Or, hey, I could drive you to Nashville. Seems I have a truck now. Only, how are we going to get it up these stairs? That's quite a staircase. Is there another route? A tunnel or something? No way out but up. I guess we could wait for the mammoth to come back around and take us a little farther down, but that won't be until late afternoon. Looks like we're making the rest of this trip on foot. I don't even know what's in there. What if it's too much to carry? Nah, we've been loading and unloading gear since the stars were young. We're our own roadies, right? We've got expertise. All right, Cricket, let's get this delivery packed and tied into bundles. We're hiking it upstairs. What's in there? Antiques, I guess. Antiques? Yeah, antiques are... It's like junk, but people will pay for it. Oh. Sorry, I guess you'll be taking the bus after all. It's okay. It'll be an adventure. Shannon sighs and stretches. Tired? Don't worry, lady. We're almost there. End of Act 4. Emma says, man, I don't remember this at all. Did I stop after Sam and Ida's? Yeah, the last thing I remember from Act 4 was Sam and Ida's. I was expecting it to end after Sam and Ida's. Well, here we are, another 4.5 hours later, and we are not done. I think I am going to call it here for tonight, though, and we will probably finish up on Tuesday with the 4th interlude, the 5th act. Oh, yeah, I guess there's not an interlude after the 5th, so with the last interlude and the last act. Thanks for coming and spending another good chunk of time with me on your weekend to experience the Zero. And I hope y'all have a good rest of the weekend. Bye!